Test, test. Call the meeting to order. This is Truckee Town Council. We'll begin with roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Romack? Here. Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
Councilmember Pauley?
Here.
Vice Mayor Klostad?
Here.
And Mayor Zabriskie?
Here.
Thank you.
Would everybody please stand and join us in that Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, liberty. Okay. We just came out of closed session and we have no reportable action. And now is the time for general public comments for any item on the open council meeting agenda. Anyone want to make general public comment should come up here to the podium. They'll have 3 minutes and they should speak to the council. I'm looking for anyone approaching the podium. I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, would you please come up, sir? Just state your name if you will. You'll have 3 minutes to direct your comments to us up here.
Thanks. My name is Mike Schwartz. Backcountry is my business. Bike and ski shop. 31 years in Truckee with my business. And I appreciate all the work that you guys are constantly doing to try to improve the availability of workforce housing. As you know, it's a major problem, but I don't think people quite know the problem. My employees are a wide range of ages and have lived here a long time and are important people in the town, and they don't choose to live in these projects that have been built. I think they're great, and they're probably full for all I know. But we need some houses. My people that I know don't want to live on a highway, and they have dogs, and they have stuff, and it's not even that affordable. So I'm just hoping to influence you to talk to me instead of telling you all my ideas now. I talk on email all night long about them because I'm just an example of someone who's been floundering for 6 or 7 years, and I still don't qualify for anything that would help me with affordable housing. I've bought a couple houses. There's no loans that help me. There's no help in architectural soft costs. There's one grant where you have to live there. What employees live with their business owner? That doesn't happen.
Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
are you speaking about agenda item 7.2?
No, I'm sorry. I thought it was public comment.
Okay, it's just general public comment.
Yeah,
Okay.
and is that okay? Anyway, I'm more like talking to the town council because you've read my ranty emails many times about, oh, this is great, but I don't fit into this, and I don't fit into that. So it's kind of not sustainable to own homes that my employees cover like 1/3 of the costs, and I've been doing that for years. So it just seems like the affordable housing projects are good, but aimed more at developers. And my employees didn't choose to live in any of those. They looked at all of them. And my employees are similar to the people that everyone I know, all my customers. I don't know anyone who lives in those places. So they're good. But then we also could maybe talk to people like me about getting in some other options. And Anyway, I don't want to give you all the details, but thank you for calling me if you want to hear about other ideas that I have. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And Vice Mayor Klostad was referring to an agenda item that concerns housing. If you want to stay around for discussion item 7.2, that will relate to your more general comments. Okay, I'm looking for anyone else who would like to approach, make a general public comment on any item not on the agenda. Seeing none, we'll move on to presentations. And we're going to start with Jenny Uvira and Hillary. Are you going to lead the discussion? You're in the hot seat.
I'm just going to turn it right over to Jenny from Clean Up the Lake at the podium, who's going to present to us about the Donner Lake deep dive that took place over the past year.
Hi, my name's Jenny. I'm with Clean Up the Lake. Can you guys hear me? I assume. I'll give you guys a little background on what we do before I dive into what we did here at Donner. Clean Up the Lake is a nonprofit based here in Lake Tahoe, and we scuba dive to collect submerged litter out of Lake Tahoe, Lake Donner, and other alpine lakes in the eastern Sierras. We've been around since 2018, and since then we have collected 89,000 pounds of trash out of our lakes, which is also our drinking water. I am going to give you guys a little bit of a spiel on what we did at Lake Donner. In 2022, we did a pilot dive project in Lake Donner. During that time, we found that Lake Donner did have some serious issues with trash. So in 2024, we circumnavigated Donner Lake at around 35 feet. During that project, we identified presence of Asian clams and crawfish, which are invasive species that are also in Lake Tahoe. Once we did our data analysis and collection from that dive, we realized that Lake Donner would benefit from a deeper dive. So this year, in 2024, 2025, we wrapped up, we did depths of 55 feet was the depth that we were aiming for. And then over 14 days and 24 cleanup dives, we pulled out 2,317 pounds of trash. I'm not going to bore you guys with all the numbers because you can read them, but I'm going to try to hit the hot spots. We pulled 106 tires out of Lake Donner, which is a lot of tires. I can't remember exactly how many we pulled out during the pilot, but it was also a lot of tires. There are a lot of reasons for that. I don't want to get into it, but if you want to talk more, please give me a call. This was the longest, this is the most dives we've ever done on Donner Lake, and we did 3.5 miles-ish, and it proved to be extremely successful and definitely room for more cleanups. So these were the target areas that we worked on. We successfully dove the high trafficked areas of Donner. Obviously, China Cove is like less human interaction, not interaction, but activities. So we targeted the areas that we knew were bad from our pilot project. So that's, the marinas, the public access, the fishing areas. So these are the sections that I'll talk about that we cleaned up. So the marina, obviously, was one of the pain points. We did 5 dives, and in those 5 dives in the marina, we pulled out 710 pounds of trash. That equates for 31% of the entire trash that we pulled from the entire project. We pulled out a lot of glass. It was 217 pounds of glass. That really relates back to like bait jars, and like beer bottles, being a problem. It's really interesting when you are on a dive and a cleanup. I feel like I should talk to you guys, but I'm trying to talk both. If you're on a dive and you find like 1 Corona, 2 Coronas, 3 Coronas in one section, like one area, that clearly means someone's just on a boat drinking a beer and tossing it right off. Not great, not ideal, but we're really working at signage, and I don't know if you guys have been out there lately. We do have a beautiful statue made out of trash that we collected. They're fish. The gills are sunglasses. It's very neat. Sorry, next slide. Now this is the North Shore. These are the public piers. We pulled 1,107 pounds, so 8 pounds, from this section. This was the worst section of the lake. This was 50% of the total weight pulled. This was also where we found the most tires, as you can see from those pictures. That's 362 pounds of tires. Another thing that we found in there was a living room. It wasn't in like set up like a living room, but over the course of a couple dives, we found carpet, couches, a vacuum all along that shore. Next slide. And then now we get into like a little bit of the more easier sections of the lake. We pulled 91 pounds from here. We believe that the winds push the trash to deeper areas in this lake because they still are trafficked. But with the little trash that we found, the way that the lake is shaped, it would make sense that with the winds going in that direction, southwest, they just drop down deeper than what we were able to do on this dive. And then the south side, we found stoves, we found engines. So this equated to a lot of weight. When you do have these heavy pieces, it takes a lot of time and energy for us, our team, and our divers to get those pieces out. There's also lower visibility. We also were diving in the winter, which is what we do primarily, but Donner actually froze over for a couple of our dives, not completely, but we did have to like chisel our way out of the marina. So that was a big part of this section of the dive. And so this actually breaks down each dive we did. And then if you see all those red dots, those were heavy lift items that we had to leave behind. The way our system works, we have heavy lift bags, we take compressed air, we fill the bag, and then the items float to the surface, and then our surface support team takes care of it. In the case that they're over 50 pounds, our bags can't handle it, and it becomes very dangerous for the divers, so we have to leave stuff behind. We also have to leave unknown items and historical artifacts behind. We do tag the locations, as you can see on this graph map, of where those items are, and then we work with the government and we work with archaeologists to see how we can get those items out, especially if they're artifacts. It's a little bit more work than just, me being like, yeah, this is safe. Like, we want to preserve history. So yeah, this is the breakdown of the things that we couldn't collect. 22 items that were too heavy, 6 unknown items, which could be artifacts, could be not. We can't make judges on that until we do further investigation. In terms of invasive species, it was already what we expected, nothing new, which is really exciting. That's really good news. That means the work that we are all doing to clean, drain, dry, and keep the lake clean and not infested invasive species like I'm dealing with in Lake Tahoe. So that's really great. This is a little rundown on the invasive species that you guys have here. Crawfish are invasive. They populate like crazy. They eat and they poop and they create algae. Asian clams are something that we also have in Lake Tahoe. But like I said, great news, no more. Nothing has changed since we last did research. Some things that we could not pull out: non-collections, heavy tires, a lot of illegal buoys and moorings, a kayak, and a sailboat hull. You can see some of the pictures there. There's the stove, and then a bunch of illegal moorings. That's a big problem. And they're also incredibly dangerous for us to be pulling out. I tell my divers all the time, they float to the surface, and if the bags can't handle it, they just come right back down. And if you're not looking up, which you're not while diving, they're really dangerous. But this is something that we are monitoring and working on. Litter categorization, it's not, we don't just collect our trash, get off the water and throw it out. We actually categorize it into 83 different categories. So we sort, there's 9 main categories such as like wood, plastics, foam, rubber, and then within those categories it breaks down more. This way we can identify exactly who, what, when, where, why of each piece of trash. We know what we pulled out in what section and what, so that we can identify the problem areas and fix them. This is like a big part of my job and a big part of changing our community. Here's some breakdowns. I don't want to bore you guys too much, so I've really reiterated the problem is tires and plastic and glass. But we pulled 471 pieces of plastic out over 14 days. That can happen just from people being on a dock, eating food, the wind picks up, the trash goes in. It's all about awareness and education, and that's definitely something that we are working on. more breakdowns of our debris, but this also gives you an idea of some of the trash that we actually did pull out. A lot of 400 pounds of construction. There is a lot of construction going on in Donner, and we hope that. You always hope that people are making good decisions, but you'd be surprised how much construction materials we find that just seem to make it into the lake. This is our, as we completed our project, heavy lifts delayed some of the progress, unexpected volumes of trash. Cold water is really hard to dive in, and on top of that, at the depths that we're at, we are actually using nitrox, which is an air that enables us to be able to stay underwater longer. And we also use something called a DPV, which is a diver propulsion vehicle. So that means when the divers are underwater, they're covering more ground because they've got underwater scooters. And then that mixed with the air enabled our divers to be able to be underwater longer and finish more of the project. Conclusion. There was a lot of trash, and there's still more. There is legacy dumping, which are tires, anchors, cinder blocks, and that's from the past. All we can do is educate more and enable people to be aware of what this is doing to their home, their waterways, and then being the primary item count, which was something I had brought up before, was food containers, plastic food containers. If you're on a hike and you see trash, pick it up because it inevitably will end up with winds in the lake. So that's really important. And that's that, I think. Some next steps, like I said, go to Donner and see the statues. I'm telling you, they're incredible, they're beautiful, and they're a reminder of the work that we did and the work that we can all do to make our lakes better. AIS monitoring, keeping up, with education of clean, drain, dry, making sure that we are keeping with the invasive species that we have and not letting any more in. One of my big things that I like to do with communities is create a tire recycling strategy, working with people in town to create a grant. So instead of having to go and recycle your tire at the plant where you have to pay a fee, which I believe is part of the reason why tires are ending up in the lake, we will help create a fund to pay for that. Long-term impacts, I could dive that lake again and again and deeper and deeper. But yeah, that's it for me. Thank you guys so much.
Jenny, could you stay around until we're done with all the presentations? We generally hold public comment and questions until then. It might be about maybe half an hour. We have 3 more presentations.
Absolutely. Sorry if I talked too long, too.
No, you're great. Thank you. Yeah. Next on the agenda for presentations is a presentation by Jessica Penman from the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. Jessica.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm going to introduce Jessica really quickly. So this is going to be the Truckee Chamber of Commerce's annual update. As a reminder, the town is contracted with the Truckee Chamber on executables that align with town priorities and work plan. And Jessica Penman, CEO and President of the Truckee Chamber of Commerce, is here to give us an update. In just a moment, while I pull up her.
Awesome. Thank you, Krista. Like Krista said, I'm Jessica Penman. I'm the president and CEO of the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. I've been here for almost 3 years now, and I'm excited to present to you guys tonight. Yes. Didn't work last time. Okay. About the Truckee Chamber, we are a business organization, 501c6. Our mission and vision are up there. I'm not going to read those out loud, but our 3 strategic pillars are advocate for business, bolster economic prosperity, and cultivate community connections. We currently have 547 members, but actually that is now up to 551 as of today. So, and we had 68 new members last year in fiscal year 24-25. We're a staff of 4 full-time, myself, our director of operations, Ruth Garrissey, our marketing and Communications Manager, Melissa Williams, and then our Membership and Programs Manager, Tricia Stickney. And then we have 11 part-time Welcome Center employees. That fluctuates depending on the year. We have a board of directors of 11 different businesses in town, as well as organizations that help support our community. All right, so economic vitality is one of the areas that we work with the town on. In the fall of 2024, we undertook a business listening tour. This was the first time that the Chamber had done something like this to gather direct feedback from our local businesses. The goal was to help better understand the issues that we're facing, as well as recent successes, and learn how we can better support. We're going to continue to do this each fall. A few key takeaways from that, which we've already heard one of them tonight. I know we'll be talking about it more, but is housing. Housing continues to be one of the biggest barriers. High housing costs and workforce shortages remain the most pressing issues for most of our employers. Also, businesses cited labor costs, rising rents, snow removal expenses, and compliance regulations with both state and town. There was talk about creating some kind of town liaison, which I know is part of what Carissa does, but looking for more ways that businesses can get directly in front of town leadership. And then employers also identified customer service, leadership, and technical training as top training needs in the community, which I will talk a little bit about here in a second. We also have a contract with Placer AI. It's not Placer AI, which I know everyone in this community thinks it is. And we use this to help track trends, specifically looking at downtown events as well as seasonal, different seasonal activity that we're seeing. We also offer this to individual businesses that are members with us, where they can get a full report on their trends and marketing and things like that, visitation. We're hoping and looking forward to using this data to help support the Economic Action Plan, which I think is the name that we're calling it, that is on the work plan for this year, really using this data to help inform decisions. One of the things that is in our contract is what we are calling a business landscape study. This has been an incredible lift for the Chamber. But after 2 years, we are at a place where we feel pretty good about where we're at with this. We're going to be meeting soon to figure out next steps, but the first phase is nearly completed, and that is as of last week. So I'm very excited to say that it took a lot of effort and a lot of time. We also do a lot of business education, so our monthly Lunch and Learn series. We do always have the town present on several things as they relate to business. This year we had sustainability practices for small business, especially with the single-use plastic bottle and paper carton ordinances. And then we also had the OES department do a business resiliency workshop, which was great. We had 391 participants in fiscal year 24-25, which is about 100 more than the year before. We also partner with the town for a program called Town Talks. This is quarterly. This year we covered downtown parking, winter preparedness, and immigration's Know Your Rights, and a demystifying of the town of Truckee budget process, which I found incredibly exciting, actually. It was great. We have had 119 community members participate in this, and our next one will be in October, and it'll be on the operational assessment, which I know you guys are going to hear more about tonight, too. Truckee Jobs Collective is probably one of our most successful programs that we've been running for quite a few years now. Last year we did a full redo of the site. We currently have 360 employers on that, and these are just some stats you can see there. We did start charging for placement in our weekly newsletter as a way to recoup some of the costs for running this program, but obviously cost more than $300 to run this program. So, but it's a really useful site. We hear a lot of really great things from our community about this. We also run the annual job fair. This year it was in April and it didn't snow, so that was a plus because it snowed the last 2 years. We had 28 employers with over 200 job seekers, and we saw a little bit more professional job seekers this year than years past. Often it's a lot of seasonal or students, but it was a little bit different this year, which was great to see. I'm going to let the video play and then I'll talk about this. So this year, instead of doing just a Shop Local campaign during the holidays, we wanted to really focus on the economic impact that you have when you shop local. So we did a Shop Small campaign. We partnered with Court Levy to create videos. We featured 8 different businesses. I have some stats if you guys really want to hear them. But overall, the program was really successful. We saw a good drive to our community connections page, to our Facebook, and we'll run it again this year. But it really, instead of just telling people to shop local, we wanted to show them why it's important to shop local. All right, workforce development. One of the programs that I am most proud of, and thanks so much to the town for being a partner, is our Truckee North Tahoe Tech Teens program. This was the second year this program ran. I couldn't remember if this was the video or not. Okay, great. So it's a partnership between the Chamber, the town, the airport district, Tahoe Forest Health System, CHP Truckee, and North Tahoe Fire joined us this year. The school district as well as the public utility district. Students spend 7 weeks going to each location for 2 hours once each week and get to learn about all the different ways that technology is used in these different fields. This year we had 16 students go through, 15 from Truckee High and 1 from North Tahoe High. And one of the things they did this year was, you get a lot of videos tonight, create a video.
Hi, welcome to Truckee Media. We're the tech teams exploring the technology that powers our community.
We're getting hands-on with real-world tech at places like the airport, hospital, public safety agencies, schools, and learning about cybersecurity.
Imagine operating air traffic control and seeing surgery robots.
This program shows us diverse tech careers in Truckee and North Lake Tahoe, from fire protection to law enforcement.
Put your hands up! Get ready to see what TNT Tech Teams is all about. We're the future workforce prepared for new opportunities. Let's dive in.
This program has broadened our understanding of technology and prepared us for the future.
Wow, what an incredible journey. Tech Teams has been an eye-opening experience.
We've learned about the technology that keeps our community running and built connections.
From air traffic control to cybersecurity, we've seen tech in action.
We are grateful to everybody who's made this possible.
This program has broadened our understanding of technology and has prepared us for the future.
If you are interested in tech, there's a place for you. This is all from TNT Tech Teens.
So they helped work on that project throughout the entire time, and we're really excited to do this program again in the spring. We also launched in collaboration with Sierra Business Council last year our Futurepreneurs, that's how you say that word, pitch showcase, pitch week. So it was a week-long boot camp where students came, met with mentors, and learned how to pitch a business. We are looking at some ways to update it this year a little bit, but it was very successful. We had 100% participation from all the students for the entire week, and it was the first week of December, so that's impressive. We had a community showcase on the last Friday where over 70 community members were in this room, and the students presented, and it was a great program, and we're excited to do that again. 2 other programs that are coming up with us for workforce development starting tomorrow, actually, our Truckee Young Entrepreneurs Club is kicking off. This is a club that was brought to the Chamber actually from a tech team from the first year. He saw a need for more business education, entrepreneurship education in our community. So this group will be meeting once a month at the Lift. We're going to be bringing in local and Bay Area speakers to talk about entrepreneurship, and they will learn different skills that you need to create your own business. And we're really excited about this because it is something that's student-led that they're really excited about. And then we've been working with Placer County on a program to help create safe third spaces in our community and utilizing our businesses. So right now we're still in kind of the gathering phase, and this is a Placer County-led project, but it'll be something. We think the name's going to be the Chill Pass, Tahoe Truckee, so that's looking at, the discounts on certain days of the week or creating one-off events that really are focused on bringing our teens into our businesses. We had a lot of really great conversations over the summer with Rayleigh's in particular and a couple other businesses that are excited about this, so I'm hoping to launch this in the fall. All right, community connection. So our Community Connection program is really designed to bring our businesses and our community together. It was originally created during the right after COVID years when we had a lot of new residents. And we wanted to make sure that they knew all of the great things that exist in our community. There's a newsletter that we have 100% opt-in signups. We get about 60% open rate on that, 3.5% click rate. Most people are looking at ways to get involved. We also do 6 events a year. This year we did our VIP Community Connection 4th of July tent for the 3rd year in a row. We did 2 groups with the haunted tour as well as with the happy hour on Court. We partnered with the holiday block party, which is at the Roundhouse and Sierra Community House and the Food Hub to bring Santa in. And then we did Sugar Rush tubing, which I know is one of this community's favorite events, and then we also did a plant night at Good Anya. And then we also produced the Truckee magazine. We did switch production companies for that recently to CC Media. It goes to 14,000 homes. We also distribute it throughout the community and get really great feedback on that. It's really geared towards not tourists, but locals. And like I said, we have a lot of videos tonight. This is the last one.
Originally from New York, and I moved out here with my family when I was 14 years old. My mom taught skiing at what was then Squaw Valley, and that's why we moved here, was for the skiing. And so I actually went to North Tahoe High School and graduated from there, and have been living on and off here ever since. And then moved to Truckee when I bought a piece of property on the Truckee River in 1993. And I designed and built my own home there, myself with my 14-year-old son and 6-year-old daughter at the time. We actually lived in a yurt out at the river in the summers until the house was built, which took a long time. I've seen a lot of changes, but some of those have been really good changes. The advent of culture, arts for the schools, Shakespeare at Sand Harbor, the music scene. You can now buy socks downtown. You couldn't do that before. There are just as many microbrews as there are gyms here, which outnumber the churches, I believe. It makes a unique culture. But I really enjoy the values of this culture. There's a lot of self-reliance and a lot of really strong community, particularly when there is death or loss, sudden loss, a lot of risk-taking behavior. And so you see a lot of people having to come together from adverse weather to changing a rusty shear pin. As neighbors, we really help out each other. I teach death and dying, and in that class, we do memorial textile projects where we can use the clothing of the deceased and/or images printed on fabric that are symbolic of the deceased. And people find that that's a really neat way of honoring their lost loved ones. I always felt a little bit like a fish out of water because there wasn't a lot of culture or a lot of academic focus here, and we've really seen that change. So I was actually a faculty member who was on the original group who helped pass the bond and then design this building, and then I came and served as the first CEO of this building once it opened in 2008. So for me, it's a lifelong dream of building educational opportunities, and we have a very diverse student body. When I started here in 2008, we had about 4.5% Latino students, and we now have 38%. So we're really serving that group, and we're watching people move from poverty to middle class through education, which is very, very meaningful to me.
So part of what we do with the magazine is we highlight locals, and what we decided to do this year is take that one step further and create videos for some of those locals that we are highlighting in our magazine. That is breaking. No one else has seen that video because it's not actually going to come out until another 2 weeks, but I felt like Kim did such a great job of really explaining how much this place means to her, and that's what we're going to try to do with these videos, is really connecting people to the different businesses or organizations and showing that human face. We also run the Core Values Fund. This is a marketing grant that we partner with the town and the Community Foundation on. Last year we gave out 24 grants, and we'll do that again this year. And then last but not least is the Welcome Center. So in fiscal year 24-25, we saw over 150,000 people through the Truckee Welcome Center. That's more than 10,000 more from the year before. We're definitely creeping back up to those pre-COVID numbers in the Welcome Center. We also are the transit center for Greyhound and Amtrak. They both report on a calendar year. So in 2024, we saw 4,376 people leave Truckee on the Greyhound and 3,395 people arrive. And then Dave's head's in the way, but 18,231 riders on Amtrak. Both of those numbers are significantly higher than they were the year before. So, especially with the train, we're seeing huge amounts of train travel coming into the area, which is awesome. One thing I will mention, which won't be reflected in this year's numbers, but will be next year, is that Greyhound is now down to one bus each direction a day instead of two. So we will see a little bit of a decrease in that 2025. We have new signs on I-80. This literally took 3 years. So it's very exciting. I wanted to take a picture, but it wasn't safe. So we are no longer a California Welcome Center. We made that decision about 3 years ago. We are the Truckee Welcome Center. We worked with Caltrans to get the visitor center signs back up on 80. It was a big deal. Overall, Welcome Center sentiment is really high. Things are going really well down there. We have much fewer calls to the police or other issues than we've had in the past. Our double doors are now left open as a more welcoming feel. We have new display racks for our merchandise and new merchandise options that complement what's offered across the street in our downtown businesses but doesn't compete. We've had positive interactions with our Visit Truckee Tahoe kiosks that have information, and as of last week, we finally have internet that works really well, and we're able to offer public internet again for the first time in 8 years, let's say. A long time we have not had the capability to do that, so it's really great. And then a few extra things to mention that are not part of our contract, but that we do. So Good Morning Truckee, we saw over 500 attendees to that last year, over 900 attendees to our mixers. Top of the Town, which is coming up on the 26th of this month, over 200 attendees. We had 6 ribbon cuttings last year, and our 4th of July parade, which is something that the Truckee Chamber runs. We saw over 14,000 people watching that along the whole parade route, 422 views, and we had 3 alpacas in the parade. I'm just really proud of that. So quickly, a couple things that are coming. So we will have a new website. We are hoping to launch that by early October. A new Truckee.com website. We're really excited about that. We're working with Carissa on the Business Success Program to make sure there's more resources for people when they're looking to start a business on that new Truckee.com site. We'll continue to collect data on our local businesses and economy. We're always continuing discussions around the Welcome Center and still looking at that potential interior remodel. We're working with VTT on Unified Visitor Collateral. We're currently updating the North Tahoe Truckee Leadership Program in conjunction with North Tahoe Chamber. We're working to create a leadership continuum to assess the gaps in the area in leadership programming. And then a big piece that we're working on right now is a Destination Champion program, which will be an online customer service skills tool that will be free to everyone in the whole basin. And that is a partnership with North Tahoe Chamber, South Tahoe Chamber, and the Destination Stewardship. And that's it. And that's Augie.
Thank you, Jessica. Next up will be the introduction of new employees and staff promotions. Who on staff wants to start? Is that you, Jen, or?
We'll have Nikki start from Admin Services. She's headed over to the podium right now.
Okay.
Honorable Council, and I'm pretty pleased to announce our new Human Resource Technician, Caitlin. You want to stand up? Caitlin started for us this August, and we're very excited to have her join our very small HR team. We now have 3 people, so we're very excited about that. Caitlin comes to us with very robust HR experience, having most recently worked at North Star Ski School doing recruitment, payroll, and onboarding for them. We're very excited to have her expertise in helping us recruit our seasonal snow removal team. Caitlin went to the University of Hawaii, and she enjoys skiing, mountain biking, and all kinds of water activities. We're very excited to have her.
Good evening, Council. I'm very excited to introduce our new administrative technician on the Keep Truckee Green team, Robin Lighthizer. Robin has spent the last several years working in the waste industry with a focus on sustainability, so she brings some really great expertise to our team. In her free time, she enjoys just about any outdoor activity, but if she had to narrow it down, her favorites would be skiing or anything in water, so plenty of opportunities for that in Truckee. And when she's not outside, she's usually reading or crocheting. So welcome, Robin.
Thank you, Aaron. And now Becky Bukar.
Okay, I get to announce 3 people. I'll start off with Mary Delgadillo. I'm announcing her in her new role as an admin tech for the engineering division. She actually was working for the clerk's department before, so she's been with us for about 8 months. She was born in Mexico but moved to Truckee when she was 14, and this has been her home ever since. Before that, she worked for Cambridge Estates for a period, Cambridge Real Estate for a while, which is a property management place in town, and then worked for Rupert Construction. She's only been with engineering for a short time. She's got us all caught up on our contracts and stepped into a pretty significant role doing labor compliance for the engineering division for our construction projects, which is a big lift. So she goes, does check certified payrolls, and does interviews on jobs. She, outside of work, she plays volleyball. That's what she really likes to do whenever she gets a chance. But really, in reality, most of her time is spent at soccer practices and games. But we're very welcome, Mary. We're really happy to have her. Next, I get to announce Scott Mathot as our new engineering manager. So Scott has worked for the town for over 10 years. He's been here a long time. And he's basically worked in contributed to everything that engineering does. He's done private development, he's done encroachment permits, he's done capital improvement projects. He's a skilled engineer, can make decisions on the fly. He is really passionate about helping the community and the work we do and making us as a division, an engineering division, work better. And he also is really dedicated to professional growth of the people in the division, and that's always really impressed me. So he's responsive, proactive, and eager to take on new challenges. So in his new role, he'll manage all things on the engineering division and represent the division with other agencies. On a personal note, he just finished a half marathon in Disney. So congratulations to Scott. And then last, Alfred Knotts. It's my pleasure to announce his promotion to Assistant Public Works Director. He will be supporting me and our division managers in all aspects of public works. He brings 25 years of experience with government. He served in a variety of different roles. He's worked for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, El Dorado County, Tahoe Transportation District, Park City. So he has a wide breadth of knowledge. He's also worked on really complex projects and project development. So we're really happy to have him in this role. Those that know him and have worked with him know that he brings a really unique enthusiasm to everything that he does, and really is just dedicated to making the town better. He's constantly giving us all ideas of things that we could be doing, and we really appreciate that enthusiasm. We're really excited to see what he can do for the Public Works Department. So congratulations, Alfred.
Thank you, Becky. Next is Chris Hardy, our Chief Information Security and Technology Office.
Thank you, Council. So tonight I have the privilege to introduce Claire Goto. Claire? She's going to be an intern on our team, so just a little bit about Claire. Claire grew up in the Santa Cruz Mountains before moving to Colorado and then later to Truckee in 2020. She went to UC Berkeley and received a degree in applied mathematics with a focus on quantum physics. Mechanics. So pretty impressed by that, obviously. After graduating in 2024, she moved back to Truckee, and she currently works at Palisades as a ski instructor, which we appreciate because if she can handle those kids on the mountain, we're hopeful she can help our staff. And with that, we're lucky to have her. And one thing that she wanted to let us know about herself is that she is a big dog person. So welcome to the town, Claire.
Next, Robert Ellis, our facility supervisor.
Good afternoon. Today I have the privilege of introducing some new hires and some promotions, actually one promotion. Abel Islas, he's one of our facilities guys. He's moved up from facilities 1 to facilities 2. That just means he has more responsibility. Abel is a Truckee local, born and raised. He started working for the town in December of 2021 as our first custodian in-house. From there, he's just taken on other responsibilities, has learned the different tasks that is required as a facilities worker, and has been promoted to a facilities 2, only in conjunction with his starting an HVAC training course over at TMCC, and which will come in handy in the future for us here at Public Works. Congratulations, Megan. Our next new hire is Nicholas Skrotsky. Nick started with us in 23-24 as a readiness position for snow removal. From there, the next season he joined us as a part-time seasonal or full-time seasonal, and just learned the ropes of the town. Strong worker, strong work ethic. From there, once we had a position open, I encouraged him to apply. Nick's a great asset to the team. We really appreciate having Nick on our staff. Our next new hire is Baldo Islas Ramirez. Baldo is another Truckee local, born and raised, has a lot of family ties here. He's actually Abel's cousin. Abel and Baldo are cousins. Baldo started with us as a seasonal readiness, doing the nighttime snow removal downtown. In my opinion, anybody that can do nighttime snow removal has a great work ethic, and all in all, great person to work with. So when we had an open position, I once again encouraged them, jump at it. And so we were fortunate to have Baldo on our team. Baldo right now is working with our landscape team. So you'll see Baldo out with Stephanie on the roundabouts and downtown. It's great to have Baldo on the team. Thank you, Baldo. Our next new hire is Adam Lindroth. Adam just started a few weeks ago. Adam comes to us with 10 years of electrical experience and construction background. Great addition to the team. Adam is also a Truckee local with many family members that still live here and have worked here in the past and currently work here. Fun fact, in 2007, Adam worked as an intern for the facilities in 2007. So, back again. Our last person I'm going to introduce is actually a rehire. She used to work with Caitlin Young. Kate worked for Animal Services about a year and a half ago, and then left when that was terminated. But she came back to us. She's our custodial for Town Hall, so you'll see her smiling face around all the time. If you don't say hi to her, she will definitely say hi to you. Other than that, we really appreciate Caitlin's smiling face around town, so Caitlin, welcome. That's it, Mr. Ellis.
Lisa, there you are.
Yeah, I'm going to switch it up on you. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
It's my pleasure to introduce 4 new officers and a promotion to sergeant. If Officer Dylan quickly wants to stand up for me. All right. Officer Dylan Quigley is a third-generation police officer with 5 years of law enforcement experience. He graduated from the College of the Siskiyous Police Academy in 2019 and then joined the Wairika Police Department at just 20 years old. While at YPD, he served as a school resource officer for 2 years and was the department's active shooter response instructor. Dylan's interest in the Truckee Police Department began in 2024 when he and his wife Jackie, who was born and raised in Truckee's Glenshire neighborhood, were considering relocating to Reno. They have 3 daughters and a brand new newborn son who was born on August 18th. Welcome. All right, Officer Joshua Buckley. Officer Buckley brings over 12 years of law enforcement experience to Truckee PD. He served 10 years with the Placer County Sheriff's Department, primarily at the Tahoe substation. We actually worked together at one point, where he was a canine handler for 7 years and earned 7 consecutive MAD awards, which are Mothers Against Drunk Driving. He later transferred to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, where he spent 2.5 years with positions such as field training officer, CSI, and DOI instructor. Josh is married and the proud father of 3 children who are 3, 5, and 7. All right, Officer Joshua. We've got a lot of Joshuas. We also have a lot of Jasons, but this is Joshua Ratcliffe. He is our reserve officer. Officer Ratcliffe joined Truckee PD after a distinguished 31-year career with the Livermore Police Department. During his service, he worked in narcotics, crimes against person, and SWAT, retiring as a lieutenant. Remarkably, he retired on the same day his son began his own law enforcement career with Livermore PD. So pretty cool. A resident of Tahoe Donner, Josh enjoys hiking with his wife Shannon, mountain biking, and skiing in alpine meadows when he's off duty. Welcome. All right, Officer Kate Anderson. Officer Kate Anderson joined Truckee PD this summer as a community animal service officer. She previously served 5 years with the Manhattan Beach Police Department down in LA County. Following a 22-year career in Army aviation as a helicopter pilot. Transitioning to humane law enforcement, Kate has combined her military and civilian service in a meaningful way. Raised in Sierra Nevadas, she is grateful to call Truckee Tahoe area home once again. Outside of work, Kate is the lead singer of the Americana band Winter Grain, enjoys fly fishing, brewing beer with her dad, and volunteering at the VA hospital. You will see her at the community block party from what I hear. So come and see her sing. Thank you. All right, and now I have a promotion. Many of you probably recognize this guy. This is Sergeant David McKay. Sergeant McKay joined Truckee PD in 2017 after 6 years with the Stockton Police Department. Since then, he's held numerous assignments, including boating officer, dive team member, major incident team member, terrorism liaison officer, field training officer, officer in charge, and most recently, he was our school SRO, school resource officer / juvenile detective. Now returning to patrol in his new role as a sergeant, he is excited to continue serving the Truckee community. So when you see him, welcome him. That's all I have.
Thank you, Captain Madden.
I have the pleasure of introducing the last, but not a new employee. Katie McKay comes to the clerk's department from PD. Katie has lived here since 1997 as a Truckee High School graduate. She started with the town in 2011 as a community service officer for animal control and is now with the clerk's department helping us facilitate all the contracts that come into our office. So welcome, Katie.
Thank you, Kelly. So now we'll move on to the last item on presentations. Last but not least, the town manager's report.
Great, thank you. I'm super excited that there's so many people here tonight because we have some really exciting events coming up to share and also an exciting announcement. So there'll be more coming out on this, but we received notice this week and want to congratulate the Keep Truckee Green team, as well as all of our staff and community. We are one of the first 30 communities in the state of California to receive a Clean Community certification. So what that means is we have been recognized as having policies in place, volunteer efforts in place to reduce litter, public art, landscaping, all of the activities that the town has helped promote in the community, volunteers that are participating in, attributed to that certification. So more to come on that, but congratulations to the team and the whole community for supporting that effort. Yay! On Friday, this Friday coming up at the medical office building, which is the building across from the hospital where the pharmacy is located, starting at 6:30 p.m. We'll be hosting the Dark Skies reception. That is in partnership. The lead was the Cultural District. I think Kelly is still here. She's done a great job facilitating and organizing the event for us this year. Nevada City partnered with us as well, so they will be up here. Their Public Art Commission, Nevada City's Public Art Commission, will be here. They're having a joint meeting with our Town of Truckee Public Art Commission, doing a tour of public art, and then we'll be at the reception to announce the winners of the photo competition and help share in the education of the importance of the dark skies. So if you're looking for something to do Friday night, 6:30, I know it competes with girls soccer, I'm sorry about that, but 6:30 at the medical office building. Then next week, we have our community block party. So this is a new event. We're trying something different this year. It's a community resource day and just a fun family event from 5 to 7 p.m. in the depot parking lot. We have over 30 nonprofits and public agencies that will be tabling interactive crafts and art projects. Lots of games to play. Wintergreen, Kate will be playing with her band if she's still here. So it's their debut in the area. A couple other musical performances. Our poet laureate will be reading a couple poems, and our rhythms will provide some dance shows. Just all around fun for the whole family. We hope you come out, see your local public agencies and also the nonprofits and learn what they're doing in the community and how you can help support them. Many of our local businesses will be open as well, so you can walk across the street and support the local businesses at the same time. We have the community shuttles running, so you don't have to worry about driving downtown if you don't want to. Pick up the shuttles, or the bike valet will also be available. So we look forward to seeing everybody down there. And then one last shout out to Captain Madden. Captain Madden was the co-chair of the Women Leaders in Law Enforcement event that happened early September, and it's really a big deal. She doesn't really talk much about her leadership role in that organization, but we're really proud of her for representing Truckee and RPD, and we had a number of our public safety police department staff attend as well and support that. So congratulations, Lisa, and thanks for doing that. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you. Now it's time for any public comments, and if you would like to make a comment on any of the presentations, please come up to the podium, and then we'll go to council questions or comments to wrap up the presentations. Okay, we do have at least one public comment. Make sure the mic's on. If
it's green. It's on. I'm Jessica Carr. I'm with Sierra Business Council. I'm also on the Chamber Board. And I just wanted to, we just had a meeting in the other room, and we had a membership survey that was sent out by a membership manager. And there were a couple of quotes I wanted to highlight because Jessica Penman doesn't brag enough about herself and her own work. And so on behalf of the board, I just wanted to share. Since Jessica has taken over, I feel the Chamber is essential for business in our area. The growth under Jessica's leadership has been astounding. It's exciting seeing the depth of connections made between the public and the business community. And finally, keep up the good work, and thank you all for your support. And that's about the Chamber team, staff. So thank you all for all the work you do, and thank you for your partnership. I really appreciate it.
Hello, thank you, Denise Gani, just a member of the community. I just have a couple questions for the Donner Lake deep dive cleanup. So when was the last time you did the Donner Lake cleanup?
how many years ago, or was it?
If you want to list all your questions,
Okay,
yeah, that would be
okay.
great.
When was the last time?
Yeah.
When are
Just go ahead and direct your questions to us,
Okay.
and then we can pass it on.
Great, thank you. When was the last time? Are you planning on doing it again? And what was your budget?
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else approaching the podium, we'll come back to the council. We can start with Councilmember Romack. Do you have any questions or comments?
Can we bring up the clean up the lake person and maybe ask?
She stayed. That's
yes,
wonderful.
thank you. Well, and I will just, utilize the questions we just heard from the community member. So maybe, what was the budget? And last time and next time you're planning to do it?
So I will, if you don't mind, let me start off by saying thank you to our partners that actually funded this project, because I did skip that slide. So you guys hear the City of Truckee, Martis Fund, Truckee Tahoe Lumber Company, Tahoe Donor Giving Fund, Drink Coffee Do Stuff, Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. If it's not for the money from these grants and these partnerships that we have, none of this work can get done. We did the cleanup in 2022, which was our pilot circumnavigation at 35 to 55 feet. So then we just completed our 2024 deep dive, like 3 months ago. And then in terms of us planning a future cleanup, well, let me tell you, I would love to, but we need funding. We are primarily, we are like 100% obviously funded by the community and grants, and we apply for lots and lots of stuff and try to do our best. If it was my choice, I'd love to do a heavy lift project where we literally go back for all of the stuff that we, for the first circumnavigation at 35 feet and then the second circumnavigation at 55, and go back to all those tracked locations of that super big, heavy stuff we couldn't get and go get that. So we will be applying for grants. We will be trying to get funding. It's a big part of my job. So look out for me, because I'll be asking for money.
Thank you, Jenny.
No further questions. Thank you for that. Just big shout out to the chamber. I serve as our council liaison now this year, so it's been fun to attend the meetings, get to know board members and staff a little bit more, and you guys just do incredible work. So thank you for that, and thank you and congrats to all the new staff for your dedication to the town. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Pauly.
No questions, just a great job, everybody. Welcome to all the new staff and all the promotions. Great job to the chamber as well. Really thorough presentation, and great job on all the work you guys are doing. Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. No questions, just a few comments. First, to everyone who does all of the deep dives, I mean, that's incredibly challenging work. You work in really hard conditions. So I'm just really grateful for your partnership in this, and that we get to see the results of this in a really, really tangible way for our community. Donner Lake is a jewel for our community. It attracts a lot of tourism, that boosts our economy, and there are challenges with that as well, right? So we have to really work to mitigate and then to clean up as well. Jessica and everyone at the chamber, wow, it's been such a whirlwind of a year, and I'm really, really impressed, and I'm really excited to see the video from tech teams after seeing, like, being there the first year and seeing how it's growing. You have another agency participating, so you just continue to expand the horizon for teens in our area, which is really amazing. And then just wanted to say welcome. I think most of them have left at this point. These meetings go really long, so I understand. But welcome to all of our new employees. The town is growing. We're changing as a town, and we have a lot of incredible people who work in town hall, and a lot of people whose work, you don't get to see on a day-to-day basis. So I think it's just a good reminder that we have really, really incredible people here, and I hope you get to know them as well. That's it.
Vice Mayor Klosad.
I do have another question about cleaning up the lake, if you could come on back. Oh, thanks for not going far. So you said you'd like to do another dive. I'm wondering how deep is Donner Lake, and how deep can you dive, and how deep do you think you would go?
So another part that I missed out on my presentation is we are 99.9% volunteer based. So we have 3 employees, me being one of them. So it really, really depends on the team that we have. We have over 1,000 volunteers that regularly alternate and come on projects with us. We have 5 divers that can go below 70 feet. So if that was, usually dives are, like if these big cleanups, we plan a year out. So we could work on training some of our high-end or high-class divers to get to that level. But that's really why I'm pushing for the heavy lift dive, which is areas that we already know, we've already been, and it's like low-hanging fruit, right? Like we know exactly, we have GPS coordinates. Pardon?
It's creating toxins. And
we know exactly where it is, low-hanging fruit. Heavy lift is I think, the ideal next step.
Okay. And I apologize, but did you give us an idea of how much the cost is for these dives? And I understand that we're talking volunteer hours, which are hard to quantify.
Yes. So I can't really give you an exact number, but I can give you an example.
Okay.
So we are doing Placer County Lake Tahoe deep dive. So that's just that side of the lake within Placer County, and that was $76,000. But that's not from one grant. That's multiple grants, multiple different agencies working together to make stuff work. You can't, like, you're paying me and my million. I'm still working, and I started at 6 a.m. this morning. We also, like, gear is expensive.
Fuel costs.
Boat fuel, jet ski. We also, like, we are a reputable nonprofit where we do work with scientists. And, like, that's what's really important about the work that we do. It's not just the trash, it's the who, what, when, where, why. And we need to make sure we have lithologists that can have scientific white papers that come out. And that, like, gives us more strength to make those changes and to keep going forward and keep doing more.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, I just want to thank Clean Up the Lake. I know they've been at it for a long time. Colin started it in his living room and garage, and it's pretty amazing what it has grown to and what you have accomplished in the other areas that you guys are expanding into, even outside of California. And then, Jessica, I just want to thank you and your board for the amazing work that you continue to do. Every year, I continue to be amazed at what you've accomplished and what you've then added on top of it. So really kudos to the entire organization. And I feel like you're not just reaching businesses, but now you're really reaching community members in a new way that's engaging them in our community more. And that's incredibly valuable. So thank you very much. That's it.
I share my colleagues' appreciation and awe at what both the Chamber and Clean Up the Lake have accomplished since Clean Up the Lake was started, and then since Jessica's arrival. Just the leaps forward are really remarkable. It's wonderful to see what you've done for our community. Well, I'll leave it at that. We really appreciate your work. Thank you very much. And so now we're going to move on to the consent items, and then we'll probably take just a short break after that before we dive in to discussion items. And the consent calendar is made up of items that are considered to be non-controversial, and so normally we do not have comment or questions on them, but it is possible to pull them from the consent calendar. I'm going to read through them, and then we'll see if anyone wants to pull any. First will be the minutes of the last meeting. That was August 26, 2025. 6.2 will be approval of reimbursement agreement utilizing Truckee Special Services Area funds between the town of Truckee and Tahoe Donner Association for a comprehensive evacuation study. 6.3 is a purchase authorization with Green Bear Construction, Inc. and budget amendment for town hall staffing relocation. 6.4 on the calendar is notice of completion for Truckee River Legacy Trail Phase 4A, and then 6.5 is a local partnership program grant application for 2026 paving and drainage project. Those are the 5 items. Does anyone on council wish to pull an item? Seeing none, does anyone on staff wish to pull an item?
No, Mayor.
Is there anyone in attendance tonight in the public who wishes to pull an item? See no request to pull an item. Do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion we approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Okay, do you want to, let me canvass my colleagues. Should we push ahead? I'm getting the push ahead sign. Okay, we're going to move on to 7.1. This is the sidewalk vending ordinance, and leading the discussion will be Chelsea Krager, our senior planner. Go ahead, Chelsea.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Chelsea Krager, and I am with the Planning Division. I'm here to present a new ordinance adding a chapter to regulate sidewalk vending uses to Title 13 Streets and Sidewalks of the Truckee Municipal Code. In March of this year, staff brought a presentation on sidewalk vending to the Council and asked for direction on creating an ordinance. Council's direction was to draft an ordinance to permit and regulate sidewalk vending, including looking to other municipalities' ordinances for ideas about what kinds of regulatory framework might work within Truckee. This draft ordinance before you is the outcome of that direction. This presentation will go over some of the background and allowances of state laws as a little bit of a reminder regarding sidewalk vending, as well as a summary of the proposed ordinance. The entirety of the ordinance is included in the draft resolution as an attachment to the Council's staff report. Sidewalk vendors are non-motorized vendors conducting their business in a public area such as a sidewalk, pedestrian trail, or public plaza. Motorized vehicles like food trucks are not included in this definition and are not included in this ordinance. Vendors selling things like tamales, flowers, ice cream, fruit, balloons, and similar merchandise might be considered sidewalk vendors. They may either be roaming in that they move about, or they push a cart, or stationary, or in that they set up a stand and conduct their business from a single location. There are two state laws that recently went into effect in California that limit how local jurisdictions can regulate sidewalk vendors, SB 946 and SB 972. If a jurisdiction would like to regulate sidewalk vending, they must adopt a specific ordinance to do so, and regulations must be related to health and safety. The state laws also regulate how jurisdictions are able to enforce their rules surrounding sidewalk vendors. Primarily, state law prohibits the criminal prosecution of sidewalk vending violations. Penalties for violations are limited to administrative fines and citations only. While Truckee has not historically had a proliferation of sidewalk vendors, we have seen an uptick over this past summer. The town's Code Compliance Division estimates about 6 complaints have come in this summer related to sidewalk vending, particularly related to blocking sidewalks, questioning whether vendors have health permits, and open flames. Staff also reached out to Nevada County Environmental Health, who shared that they have received over 20 complaints related to sidewalk vendors operating within Truckee in the month of August alone. As I mentioned, state laws limit how a jurisdiction may regulate sidewalk vendors, and generally the law allows jurisdictions to regulate on the basis of health and safety. Ordinances may regulate for things like hours of operation, size, signage, lights, and noise. Ordinances may require health department approval for food preparation where it's applicable, may require a California seller's permit, and may prohibit stationary vendors within exclusively residential areas. Ordinances may not ban vendors from certain areas of town or limit vendors to specific areas of the right-of-way unless those regulations are specifically related to health and safety. Ordinances may not limit vendors to certain zoning districts, nor can a total number of vendors be limited. Importantly, ordinances may not regulate sidewalk vendors on the basis of unfair competition. That is, a sidewalk vendor selling flowers may not be prohibited from selling near a flower shop because that would be the basis of unfair competition. As I mentioned, state law does allow a jurisdiction to regulate the location of sidewalk vendors when related to health and safety. Staff has drafted some location regulations within the draft ordinance. Some of those notable regulations include prohibiting sidewalk vendors within the downtown Truckee plan area, as described in the downtown Truckee plan. This is due to the area's popularity as a tourist destination and potential for ongoing conflicts between pedestrians navigating a busy sidewalk with strollers, shopping bags, suitcases, pets, while already navigating around things like benches, trash receptacles, planters. And although Truckee's permanent population is approximately 16,700 year-round, which we got that data from the Truckee Chamber of Commerce and that Place for AI. Thank you. That population can swell to over 90,000 people in the town on a single busy summer day. Notably, the average downtown population, downtown specifically, during June and July has averaged over 7,000 individual people and has actually peaked at 18,000 people on Thursday, July 3rd of this year, all within the downtown area. It is not uncommon for jurisdictions to prohibit sidewalk vendors within popular tourist areas due to the congestion and potential for conflicts. Notably, South Lake Tahoe prohibits sidewalk vendors within Heavenly Village based on the same reasoning, a very popular tourist destination. This regulation at South Lake Tahoe is not seasonal or limited to certain days of the week. That prohibition in that area is 24/7. Some other location regulations that staff has included in the draft ordinance include separation requirements from things like parks, playgrounds, intersections, traffic signals, bus stops, farmers markets, and similar structures and uses. These standards and separation requirements are also common in other municipalities' sidewalk vending ordinances, and these separation requirements are intended to prevent the vending from interfering with or obstructing intended uses. Additionally, staff has written a draft ordinance to allow sidewalk vendors on paved pedestrian paths only with 5% or less slope, and requires that vendors maintain 40 and 48 inches of clearance on the sidewalk to avoid blocking the sidewalks. And stationary vendors would be prohibited in exclusively residential districts. However, roaming vendors would be allowed in residential area, which is required by state law. Staff has also included operating standards in the draft ordinance for consideration. Again, these standards are commonly found within other jurisdictions' ordinances. While no two ordinances reviewed were exactly the same, many had very similar requirements to one another. And the entirety of these regulations that are included in the draft ordinance are attached to the council staff report. These are some of the notable regulations. The draft ordinance limits hours of operation for sidewalk vendors to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. in non-residential districts and 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. in residential districts. As mentioned on the previous slide, only the roaming vendors would be allowed within those exclusively residential areas, while non-residential or mixed-use areas would allow for both stationary and roaming vendors. Staff has also proposed a size limitation on sidewalk vending receptacles of 4 feet wide by 4 feet long by 4 feet tall, and a requirement that signage be attached to the sidewalk vending receptacle or to the vendor's person. The draft ordinance does not allow merchandise to be rented, and it prohibits the sale of certain items such as lottery tickets, alcohol. The draft ordinance requires that food or merchandise for sale be inside or affixed to the receptacle or carried by the vendor. That is, the sidewalk vendor could not set up a separate outdoor display for the items. Open flames and hazardous materials would also be prohibited, and food vendors would be required to maintain a trash container in or on their sidewalk receptacle and would be responsible for cleaning up the area around the receptacle. The draft ordinance also requires a town-issued sidewalk vending permit, which would be a new permit type. Staff anticipates this permit to be simple in nature and require a minimal amount of staff time to review for consistency with the sidewalk vending ordinance. The permit would be reviewed by the Community Development Director, and it would require proof of insurance, a health permit from Nevada County Environmental Health, if applicable, and a copy of a valid California seller's permit, as well as some information about their proposed operations. The ordinance would be enforced through the Code Compliance Division of the Community Development Department, and fines would be limited by state law and range from $100 to $1,000, depending on whether the vendor has a valid permit and whether there have been previous violations by that vendor. Enforcement may also escalate up to revocation of the permit. This presentation is a brief summary of what state law allows, as well as a summary of what the draft ordinance entails. Staff's recommendation is that the council find the ordinance to be exempt from CEQA and introduce ordinance number 2025-07, adopting chapter 1308 of the Truckee Municipal Code, implementing new regulations for sidewalk vending. I do want to add to the recommendation that just before this meeting, on the very last page of the ordinance, somebody pointed out to me there is a scrivener's error, and the word find is included instead of the word fine in 2 places on the last page. So the recommendation would also be that scrivener's error be corrected. Alternative actions that are available to the council include continuing the public hearing to a date and time certain. The council may request additional information from staff or changes to the draft ordinance, or the council may decline to approve the ordinance. And this concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer.
Thank you, Chelsea. And we will go ahead and see if there are any questions, starting with Councilmember Pauley. Councilmember Henderson.
I think just one. There were a lot of council questions in advance on this. Thank you for all your responses on those. The fines are what's allowable under state law, correct? So we're just kind of in line with state law.
That is correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Romack.
Yeah, thank you. I was at the Chamber of Commerce board meeting this afternoon. We were chatting a little bit about this, so some of these questions came up there. One, would the permit be available in Spanish for anyone who would be applying for this permit?
So the permit hasn't been finalized yet, but if directed to do so, we can definitely do that.
Okay, thank you. And then a comment was made how the town often does a great job of educating and not being punitive right away. So kind of, would there be an education phase with code enforcement before issuing these $100 fines, or were we expecting to kind of be going out and issuing fines from the get-go?
The typical process is that there's an educational period, especially before the ordinance is effective. But we could refer to
we would do education like we normally do with code compliance, unless there was a directive to do something different.
Great. Thank you very much. That's it.
Vice Mayor Klostad.
Just airing or double checking the vending ordinance that you developed. My understanding is that both Downtown Merchants Association and the Truckee Chamber of Commerce were involved and at the very least supportive of what you're recommending. Is that accurate?
There was collaboration with both, and my understanding is that they were both supportive of the ordinance as written.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chelsea. How many different vendors do we actually have this last summer? Do you know how many sidewalk vendors were in town?
I don't have that number quantified. Some of the vendors operate more in the evening hours, and because they change location, it can be tough to count. So we do not have a number.
You know if it's more or less than a dozen?
Probably less, around there, less.
I heard that many of them come from Reno. Do you know? Can you verify?
We don't have that information. No.
And then, why are they restricted to the pavement? Keeping their operation on the pavement. If there's a dirt shoulder, why can't they go on the dirt shoulder?
We felt that the pavement was a safer place to have a cart or things set up and people gathering, standing in lines.
And then you mentioned there had been 6 complaints to the town and about 20 to the county.
Yes.
Do you know if any of those resulted in an investigation or any determination of a problem?
Not to my knowledge.
I see that there would be a total ban all the time within the downtown Truckee area. And I can appreciate what an obstacle course the commercial road presents. But I do have a concern because of what the state statute says about whether we can show that a complete exclusionary ban in such a large area is directly related to protecting health, safety, and welfare. just by way of example, like while we talk about how popular a destination this is and the total number of people that have been here in a day, I don't know if that means that applies to the area that would be banned, or if we're just talking about a concentrated area, and how many days of the year this occurs, because we're talking about a ban throughout the year. So maybe this is something that should go to council, but just looking at the record, I'm concerned whether it's enough to say it's a popular, the downtown's popular and we get a lot of tourists would suffice given what the state statute says.
I think that we probably do have enough in the record to support it, but of course the council could ask us to go back and revise the staff report and add additional findings to the ordinance. One data point that I can give you is the city of Anaheim has an ordinance along these lines that bans all sidewalk vending within several blocks in any direction from Disneyland. And it's a lot more expansive than ours. And they get a lot more people, but they also have much wider sidewalks, but they still manage to make findings to support that. And I think that we probably have enough now, but we could certainly come back with more.
Okay. Do you know if the Anaheim statute has been tested?
It has. It has. In a case just this year, some sidewalk vendors challenged it, and they tried to get a preliminary injunction and were denied. I don't know that it's been tried through to the merits. The injunction was denied in January.
Okay. And then I have a related question for the distance limitations, the 100 yards and 100 feet. 100 feet and then 500 feet from what essentially are places where people gather, places that would be attractive to a sidewalk vendor, particularly because they get a lot of walk-by customers. I see that we're copying other ordinances, but in regard to Truckee itself, why 100 feet instead of 50 feet, or why 500 feet instead of 200 feet?
So the intent was to ensure that we had a specific number identified so that there wasn't as much subjectivity to enforcement. And then when it comes to deciding what that number was, we just looked at other ordinances and how they were written and what numbers were common and chose based on that.
Okay, so this 100 and 500 simply reflect what you found in the other ordinances?
That's correct.
Okay, and then my final concern was whether the provision about interfering, about having the community development director make a determination on whether something tends to interfere with something else or might interfere. The answer to the written question was there are no criteria to guide the judgment, and so I'm concerned about that being overly vague, difficult for a vendor to know what to expect because it sounds so subjective. Again, that might be a question for our council.
So, as Chelsea noted, we are trying to make this objective to the extent that we can. I think there's probably going to be some measure of subjectivity, and that's probably inevitable. And as Chelsea mentioned, she did look at half a dozen other ordinances. I've looked at most of those that she looked at, and some of them do have a similar formula for creating the ability to deny a permit. Not all of them, and we could certainly tinker with the criteria. It could be, rather than tends to interfere, it could be is likely to interfere or something. But it's very difficult to predict exactly what the impacts of a sidewalk vendor in a given location would be without seeing them there. And so there probably needs to be some flexibility to make a determination as to whether a permit can be denied.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. And now is the time for, unless any council members have any follow-up. Okay, I'm seeing shadings in the
Mayor, I do have one, actually.
Go ahead.
So based on this ordinance, roughly where are the locations in town that sidewalk vendors would be allowed?
We didn't map out any areas specifically. I don't have a.
So we've eliminated downtown. We've eliminated any sidewalk that wouldn't allow for 48-inch pass, which most of our sidewalks are how wide?
They vary depending on where they are in the community, but as an example, over kind of across from McDonald's on Deerfield, that sidewalk is likely wide enough. They didn't get out and measure it, but just kind of driving around town and looking at different spots. There's also likely portions of Donner Pass Road in the area where we've done the streetscape improvements that would be wide enough also.
Okay. Any other comments on that? Jen, it looked like you were going to say something.
No, Danielle heard.
Okay, great. And in residential areas where we don't have sidewalks, which is the majority of Truckee, those are only mobile. Be walking or rolling or doing something. They're vending, correct?
It would be roaming only, that's correct. There would be no stationary vendors there.
And to answer one question from Mary Zabriskie earlier, state law only provides protections to vendors who are on paved areas. There are no statutory protections for anyone who's trying to vend from dirt.
Okay, so if we're banning everything but roaming vendors in residential areas, does that eliminate lemonade stands?
The ordinance does not contemplate a child's lemonade stand.
Yeah.
Or technically, a stationary lemonade stand would not be covered by the sidewalk vending ordinance.
And we are a complaint-driven,
Okay.
code compliance municipality, right?
Correct. Yes.
So what do I tell my grandkids?
To do it in their driveway. Private property.
Thank you. Councilmember Paul, you answered my question.
Do you want to have public comment?
Yes, we're going to go to public comment now. Would anybody like to make a public comment?
Good evening again. I had a whole thing written, but I'm not going to read it. I do want to say that Stephanie Olivieri and I went out and we did measure sidewalks. So I can tell you that in Gateway, the larger sidewalks are 16 feet and the smaller ones in that area are 8-ish feet. In front of the high school, it's about 16 feet, and next to Deerfield, it's also 16 feet. So those larger sidewalks you see out there tend to be 16 feet. So that was something that Stephanie and I did in preparation for this ordinance. And then I do want to say, I just want to thank staff for including the Chamber and TDMA in these conversations. We were involved from the very beginning and really feel like our concerns were heard and that the ordinance kind of speaks to what we were hoping to see. So that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? If there's going to be another public comment, if you could just go up and stand next to the wall, and then we can get through this just a bit quicker. Hi, Steph.
Steph, could you turn the mic on? Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Olivieri, representing Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. And I had a lovely morning with Jessica, crawling around on the sidewalks, measuring, and to help with this ordinance. The merchants are very pleased and want to thank the town staff, Chelsea, especially, we worked with you, and the legal staff here for putting together such an appropriate ordinance. We believe it's well thought out and that it will serve the community well. Of course, we know that if there are issues that come up as we go along, we can always change. But overall, I think it serves the purpose of what the Merchant Association was looking for and the Chamber as well. And we appreciate your effort to make this come to fruition. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Erin, and I'd like to say thank you to everybody that has put your time and thoughtful discussion regarding this proposed ordinance. I appreciate the council's efforts to consider how to best balance the needs of vendors, residents, businesses, and visitors. As stated in the ordinance, the town's objective is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community. With that in mind, I would like to respectfully request the following considerations be included in the implementation of this ordinance. A clearly defined map approved with paved vendor locations could be provided to all applicants, and those locations should be confirmed during the application review process. That would ensure consistency, transparency, and fairness for all parties involved. To align with the Americans with Disabilities Act and uphold the town's commitment to public welfare, I am readdressing the vendor operations be located on paved, accessible surfaces. Areas with dirt, grass, trees, and shrubbery can create barriers for individuals with mobility challenges. which not only violate the spirit of the ADA, but also conflict with the town's own standards for accessibility. Under the ADA, state and local governments must ensure that people with disabilities have equal access to public services, programs, and activities, including sidewalks, trails, public plazas, and parks. So if sidewalk vending is allowed in these areas, the town of Truckee has a responsibility to ensure accessibility is maintained. Furthermore, restricting vendor placement to paved areas also supports fire safety, particularly during dry seasons when natural landscaping can pose a hazard. I also would like to highlight the 100-foot buffer from the bus stop and loading zones. Depending on how that distance is measured, I would encourage the town to make sure those distances are clearly defined and give enough safe space for the public. By incorporating these considerations, the town will not only ensure compliance with federal accessibility laws, but also reinforce its commitment to the health, safety, and well-being of everybody in the community. Thank you again for your service and considering this input.
Thank you, Aaron. Are there any follow-up questions from council on the comments? Okay, yeah.
Just, Aaron, thank you for that comment on a map. Is that something we've contemplated, or would that be something that would be available just for clarity then, so that way there wouldn't be any confusion over where stuff would be allowed or not?
It would be a new effort. It's not something that we've started at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know how long it would take? I mean, it's a challenge. I can appreciate that, but I can also appreciate a vendor not walking around with a 500-foot tape measure.
We can evaluate that, but I think the intention of having a permit too would help guide them to the locations of where it would. It's not like businesses now that don't require a permit, so they can just go in a space and not know if it's zoned appropriately because they'd have to come in and get a permit. We'd be able to have those conversations initially.
Okay, so it would be within staff's capacity to clarify what distances are, just to help an applicant know where they could go.
We would certainly try to help them find a location. Or if they're in an inappropriate location, help with the education of finding them, directing them in better locations.
Right. Okay, thank you. So back to council. Let's start with Council Member Pallavi on discussion.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this as written. I think at least a rough map idea as both the fee and the actual permit are developed. It would seem that would be an appropriate sort of appendix to the permit. So I would definitely support that and hope that we would just be able to efficiently execute on that. But otherwise, I'm supportive of what's in front of us tonight.
Council Member Romack.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Pallavi. I think clarity we know is always helpful to folks. But it sounds like staff has done a great job collaborating with our business partners and community members. So I'm comfortable moving forward. I will just add, to the question about permits being available in Spanish. I know we have our IDEA action plan, and we're striving to do that in as many places as possible. So just making that accessible would be great as well.
Yeah, I just want to add to that any permit we're kind of doing from here on out should just be available in Spanish. I think that's just par for the course. So I kind of assumed that was happening. But if we have to explicitly say it, then I concur.
Council Member Henderson.
I agree with my fellow council members, both on supporting the ordinance, on providing it in multiple languages, and I think a map would be helpful. The last thing I ever want to do is introduce an ordinance that leads to more confusion, and even up here we were going, so what sidewalks and where is it available? We have a pretty intimate knowledge of this town, but I don't know how big every sidewalk is, right? No one should have that expectation. So I think that would provide both transparency and just accountability of, okay, this is where the ordinance is actually where it makes sense for people to be.
Vice Mayor Close.
Yeah, I'd say a map would have helped me. I think I'm clearly there's support for this, but I do want to just voice that this seemed at first glance really restrictive, and And while I know I've seen the uptick in vendors, none of them are offensive or egregious. Well, okay, maybe there was a couple. But I also don't want to see an onslaught of vendors. I have seen that happen in other communities, so that this seems preemptive. I'm supportive, obviously, of the translation. I'm still really curious on how to better define interference. What I don't want to have happen is we're creating something that's so ambiguous that we end up with a lot of appeals, because those are going to come to us. And their time and money impact on all involved. So I would prefer to see if there was a way that we could improve that language to have, again, a little more transparency on what that means. But otherwise, supportive of this, I'm very glad that the Chamber and Downtown Merchants Association were involved and are providing support for this as well.
Right. I appreciate the public outreach to the chamber and other members of the community. I don't think I can make the findings that are required in the resolution, so I don't think the vote will be unanimous. There's a little irony here in that earlier this evening we extolled the small business owner, and now that we're faced with an ordinance to restrict the smallest of the business owners, we're embracing an ordinance that I just feel is overbroad. It's going out into the rail yard where it's all open space with lots of pavement. It extends throughout the downtown area. I think that space is that's too broad of an area. And the time limitation, certainly for the downtown area, is always, doesn't matter if tourists are there or not, it's going to be banned all the time. And I feel the same way about the 100-foot limitation and the 500-foot limitation. I feel those are too great. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure it matters, because just the requirements for the applicant showing proof of insurance and the other requirements, that'll pretty much wipe out that business, I think, for Truckee. We might see some bigger people, but I don't think we have quite the customer base to attract the bigger sidewalk vendors. So anyway, I do see 4 votes. Would anybody like to make a motion or comment on what I said? I'll happy to take some flack on that.
I'll be happy to make a motion unless anybody prefers to further comment.
Okay.
Do I have a motion, Chelsea? Thank you. Thank you. I'll move that we find the ordinance to be exempt from CEQA, and we're going to introduce 2025-07, adopting Chapter 13.08 of the Municipal Code, along with the discussion regarding map and translation into Spanish.
And the Scrivener's error.
And that to, what is that word? I'm unfamiliar with that word, so I apologize.
A scrivener is someone who writes. So a typo or someone who just sort of made a little mistake when they're writing is a scrivener's error.
Love learning new things up here every day. So in addition to that, scrivener, SCRIVENER.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. I passed the spelling bee tonight.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Just me. Okay. Okay, it passes 4-1.
So, Mayor, just for the council's consideration, the next item is likely a beefy item.
Right.
The staff presentation will likely be about 30 minutes. So if that helps you decide if you would like to take a break now or get through the presentation and then take a break.
Sound like a good idea? Yeah, let's take a break. 10 minutes. Okay, we're reconvening and we're ready for item 7.2.
We are. I'm just going to kick off a little bit. This is, as a reminder, this is the second time Muggs is here visiting with us, so he's just getting settled in after the recess. He is accepting pets. This is the second time that we've had this conversation at council. It came back June-ish, I think in June, where we had a high-level conversation, and you gave us some feedback. What we've done since that conversation is, as described in the staff report, had a couple what we call in-treats, where we invited a small group of people in to really talk through the details. And I think the reason for that is you see how quickly this becomes very complicated and very complex, and there's a lot of issues to really think through and work through. We took some of that feedback and drafted a survey. We invited over 50 members of the development community and CAT to come to a Housing Horizons event that was hosted at Truckee River Winery, where we had a survey and solicited feedback on some of the concepts that we had discussed in that in-treat. You saw the survey results from that. I know the team's going to go through that, but I want to set the stage a little bit of the outreach that's been done. And tonight, we are not asking you to adopt guidelines. We are presenting the direction and the path that we've headed down. If we are too far down the path and we need to pull back, let us know. If there are sections or groups of things that you're feeling very comfortable with and you're understanding and feel like we can set those aside as we figure these out, let's focus on some of these other more detailed things that we're still not fully comfortable with. That's good direction for us to go back and move along. So, like I said, about a 30-minute presentation. We understand it's beefy and you probably will have a lot of questions, so we're ready for it.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I am going to present on proposed changes to the deed restriction for new housing development program, including rebranding to homegrown housing. In 2022, Council adopted an ambitious goal to deed restrict 10% of Truckee's housing stock by 2032, which would be an estimated 1,500 units based on the general plan projections for 2030 to build out. Deed restrictions are widely used in similar communities as a tool to ensure that housing units are preserved and available to workforce members who otherwise would struggle to find and afford housing. Additionally, developing a sufficient stock of deed restricted units can create a secondary housing market of more affordable units. There are currently 798 deed restricted units in Truckee, which includes the affordable housing developments, inclusionary and workforce requirement units, accessory dwelling unit loans, junior accessory dwelling units, and Truckee Home Access Program purchases. When Edmonds Lofts and Pacific Crest Commons are built, that will be 865 deed restricted units. And so right now we're at about 5.7% of housing stock, and those additional units from PCC and Edmonds will bring us up to 6.2. So the deed restriction for new housing development program, which I will try and remember to call homegrown housing from now on, was initially created as part of the Truckee Home Access Program, or THAP. And originally, the requirements for developers to participate in THAP were purposely left broad with the intent that interested developers would first meet with town staff, then each potential project would come before town council for discretionary approval. Through operation of this program, we determined that there were some challenges and capacity constraints with this approach. In 2024, Council approved separate specific program guidelines to be used for deed restricting new housing units and approved a contract with Sierra Business Council to operate this new program, where it was renamed Deed Restriction for New Housing Development. Since launch, one housing project, Edmonds Lofts, which is an infill project in Gateway, has submitted a complete application to participate in the program. 2 of the units will be deed restricted at 80% of AMI to meet the project's inclusionary housing requirement, and the remaining 10 units will be deed restricted at 180% AMI through the homegrown housing program. And I'll point out that as part of this requirement, while the cap for those deed restricted units is at 180 for the qualification for the tenants, the rent is capped to be affordable at 120% AMI as required by the program. The Edmonds Loft project has been a collaborative process that has allowed the town to pilot and learn from new approaches and identify potential opportunities to improve both our monetary and non-monetary deed restricted housing incentives. Many of the changes we are about to propose were directly informed by lessons learned by town staff and the development team during this pilot project. Now I'm going to pass it off to Yumi.
As you recall, in the 2040 general plan, we adopted an action, LU 2.B, which is to create a town of Truckee workforce and affordable housing density bonus program that would offer both additional housing density and financial incentives. As part of that, that's why we're here today. We're talking about both the non-monetary and monetary incentives. And back in June 10th, we came to you as council to ask for policy direction on the non-monetary incentives in the development code. As part of that direction, we received information from you stating that the program should be flexible but predictable. Minimum objective design standards could be included in the program. A plan development option should be included in the project just in case a project can't meet all of the requirements of the program we do create. There's support for a higher AMI cap and it should also include seniors. The school district employment boundaries was the appropriate boundary for the potential deed restriction. And the program should include both for rent and for purchase products. And then larger projects should continue to be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and we would all put this in a new development code chapter. That was the direction we received at the June 10th meeting, and we used that direction to help inform how we proceeded in these new non-monetary incentive. As Jen noted, we have done some outreach since that June meeting. We've conducted 2 meetings that Jen has called in-treat meetings, which included town staff, a developer representative, Sierra Business Council's representative, a local business owner, and a council member. And as part of that, those 2 meetings, we talked about the Edmonds Lofts project process, modifications to the qualification criteria for the deed restriction for new development project, that's now homegrown housing, modifications to the potential program boundaries for both the monetary and non-monetary program, looking at the non-monetary development code changes and what would work and what doesn't work, potential incentive amounts, and then potential funding sources. And then we also went over the survey results that we got after our Housing Horizons event, which is the other event that we conducted where we sent out 68 invitations to developers, designers, and other housing advocates within our community, and where we presented potential changes to monetary and non-monetary incentives, and that's when we rolled out the survey. And we'll go over those survey results fairly quickly. The full details are within your staff report. For the monetary incentives, there was strong support for expanding the program boundaries to include areas that are close to transit and core services. Support for basing incentive payments on the number of bedrooms per unit, offering increased incentive amounts for projects that agree to a lower rental cap, offering an increased incentive amount for projects that offer for sale products, and then requiring projects to meet design and construction timelines as part of the monetary incentives. The only item that we received some opposition on was to the idea of limiting the program eligibility to projects that have not received the city bonus. As for the non-monetary incentives in the development code, there was support for creating this new process where we would reduce some development and design standards for projects with deed restricted units, allowing projects with 3 bedrooms to be eligible for these incentives, providing incentives proportionately based on quantity of the amount of deed restricted units provided in the project, providing a greater flexibility in design and development standards for projects on smaller sites that have more constraints, providing flexibility in development standards, particularly parking requirements, having a dedicated town planner associated with the project, reviewing time extensions at the staff level, and allowing medium-sized projects to be reviewed at the staff level with a requirement for additional public engagement. And then we received some mixed responses on the requirement to have a minimum unit count to be eligible for this program. And then there were some mixed feelings about whether or not working with a dedicated planner and getting more flexibility was more desirable over getting reliance solely on objective design standards without any flexibility. As noted, we have rebranded this comprehensive program as Homegrown Housing. And so we renamed the deed restriction for new development program to be under this new brand, but it encompasses, as we discussed it tonight, both the monetary and non-monetary incentives that are before you. Both of these components, the non-monetary and monetary incentives, have alignment with program boundaries, program layering, which we'll talk about in a second, and the AMI cap that we're proposing as part of this program. However, there is potential that a project could use each of these incentives separately, and they do not have to be used together for it to move forward.
All right, so I'm going to talk a bit more about the minimum qualifications. So to participate in homegrown housing and receive monetary and or non-monetary incentives, project must meet the following minimum criteria, some which were in the original program and some new proposed changes. The existing requirements, funds may only be used for studio 1 and 2 bedroom units. Each unit must have at least one dedicated parking space. Units must be rented or sold to a qualified household that works within the TTUSD boundaries, and the household income must be below 180% of AMI. Program caps the maximum rent based on unit size and affordability to households making up to 120% AMI. If the unit is sold to a qualified household, the maximum initial sales price cannot exceed $687,500, and the unit must be occupied full-time. Our proposed changes include expanding the program boundaries to include additional areas that are close to transit and core services and include many existing parcels with higher density zoning. And I'll show you a map of that next. And program layering, which would limit program participation to projects that have not received the state density bonus. There is a map of the proposed new program boundaries. The existing program boundaries are outlined in dark blue, which were Gateway and Downtown. The new program boundaries include Central Truckee, all the Brockway corridor, and then some parcels in Glenshire, Tahoe, Donner, and Donner Lake that are close to transit and services and have that higher density. These are requirements to receive the monetary incentives, but are not required for non-monetary incentives that you and me will be covering. So we recommend requiring, and these are new, requiring participating projects to meet design and construction milestones in order to help ensure funds are going towards projects that are moving forward. If you are interested in this requirement, we'll develop a timeline with clear design and construction milestones to bring back to council. And we also recommend adding a program qualification that projects must be 100% electric to participate, which addresses our greenhouse gas emission reduction and decarbonization goals. We are also proposing changes to the payment for the deed restrictions. Currently, the payment amount is 16% of the appraised fair market value up to $110,000 per unit. We are recommending basing the incentive payments on the number of bedrooms per unit instead. We have received feedback that the current method increases uncertainty for the developer because there is not as much of a guarantee of the payment amount early in the process. And additional feedback suggests that the cap of $110,000 per unit may be sufficient for studio and 1-bedroom units, but not enough to incentivize those 2-bedroom units. We also recommend considering an increased incentive amount for projects that agree to a lower rent cap than 120% of AMI to incentivize the development of more units that are affordable to a larger range of incomes.
And in order to qualify for the non-monetary incentives, we have identified a few different items that we would require of a project that came in. They would be required to meet the minimum density required by the existing zoning district. Where there isn't a minimum density, like EMU zoning district, we would require at least 4 dwelling units per acre to achieve some amount of housing within that development. We would require a minimum number of units of 2 or more residential units in a standalone residential project and 1 unit for a mixed-use project. And so those are kind of the baseline already within our development code for what's considered multifamily residential. This would mean that the single-family residential units or accessory dwelling units are not eligible for this program, and we would have we have existing accessory dwelling unit programs within our housing program. And then we would require a percentage of deed restricted units for projects based on how big it is. So a project that has 11 or more units would be required to have 50% deed restricted units. Then a project with 10 or fewer units would have 100% deed restricted, would be required to have 100% deed restricted. And those thresholds are based on what is considered a smaller project that's at the staff level review and what's a bigger project at. That would be either with more public outreach, still at the staff level review, or at the planning level. And then in order to qualify, also the project would also be required to meet minimum objective design standards. So we looked at our existing objective design standards and pared it back a little to see what was most important to our community. And we looked at a few different ones, including site organization, massing, which we did pare down quite a bit. We just focused on requiring a maximum length, requiring some material changes, some sensitivity to neighboring buildings, and rather than looking at additional facade breaks, building articulation, and building variation within the project. We are maintaining the existing colors and materials requirements in the objective design standards. And then we looked at the balconies, decks, and patio standard, which is often a discussion that we have at the Planning Commission level. Staff's proposal currently is to require common balconies, decks, and patios at a rate of 1 per 10 units, and then require individual private balconies, decks, and patios for 20% of the units, so reducing that quite a bit from the 100% requirement that exists today. And then there was a proposed reduction in dimension size, which is fairly small, and that could be up for town council amongst all the rest of the items. Other modifications to the development code are proposed, including when the project is applicable, who the review authority would be, and how time extensions would be processed. So all zoning districts that allow multifamily residential and mixed use within the program boundaries would be eligible for this program. But that does not include any of the parcels within our specific plan areas or master plan areas like rail yard, Old Stream, Grace Crossing. And that's primarily because our development code covers all of the areas outside of those specific plan areas. We want to go back and look at whether or not we should include some incentives into those plan areas. That'd be another level of staff time. But that's still, the monetary incentives could still apply to those projects. So that's one method where it would be a project could go for monetary but not non-monetary incentives. Currently, the review authorities for our planning projects are that smaller projects, so 10 or fewer units, are reviewed at the staff level. Projects above 11 or more are usually reviewed by the Planning Commission. At this time, staff is proposing for these types of projects that the smaller projects still continue to be reviewed at the staff level. Medium-sized projects, 11 to 20 units, would be reviewed at the staff level with an extra requirement for public outreach. And if there is potential for concern from the community, then it could potentially be elevated by the community development director, which is an allowance that exists in our development code today still. And then projects that are 20 or more units or any planned development project would be reviewed at the commission level. And then as for time extensions, if a project is still working on funding or still working on some last minute details to the project, we're still proposing a 2-year entitlement period just to ensure that people are moving forward, developers are moving forward and streamlining their projects, but to allow all time extensions to be reviewed at the staff level rather than at the original review authorities level, with specific criteria for a diligent pursuit of the project. Other modifications include allowing for density bonuses across all projects, including a 10%, where staff's currently proposing a 10% density bonus with a minimum 1 extra unit for all projects. And that's keeping in mind that we do have other methods of increasing density. We do have dwelling unit equivalents that are part of our project, part of our development code already, which can increase a project's density by 100%, basically with studio units. And then recently with our CMU and NMU zoning changes, that has increased our mixed use density quite a bit from what was originally allowed within the zoning district prior to our 2040 general plan. So we have looked at this as a community. We have increased density, but staff is proposing to just allow for a 10% density bonus for all projects. But if council would like to consider additional density bonus for this program, we recommend that you look at it within this program rather than applying it to this law. And then at this time, staff is recommending exempting all projects from inclusionary and workforce housing programs. But there are some considerations in that you may be losing opportunities to have mixed projects with varying levels of AMI within a project. There are other alternatives that council can consider, including requiring inclusionary requirements for, but allowing them to be eligible for funding as well, requiring inclusionary housing for projects with less than 100% deed restricted units at a higher AMI, and then or supporting lower AMIs through additional funding, identified similarly to point 1. And then staff is proposing to amend our plan development section to create a new project mandatory feature that encompasses potential projects within this program, deed restricted, potentially a higher AMI. Right now, the proposal is that any project with has to have at least 5 units or 6 units, and all units are required to be deed restricted in order to qualify for the plan development. And then we would create new findings to provide criteria for approval of these types of projects. And then finally, once you've qualified for all of the items, in terms of the minimum density, the percentage, and the minimum objective standards, design standards, you would then be eligible for development code flexibility and other standards like height, landscaping, open space and site coverage, setbacks, and parking. Staff's proposing creating a menu of these options, providing incentives on a proportional basis. So the more deed restricted units you provide, the more incentives you would get for your project. And then require that smaller projects with 5 or fewer units, or some other number that we might discuss tonight, would only be allowed a certain amount of incentives. So a project with 2 units wouldn't be allowed all of the requirements, all of the development code flexibility, even if they are 100% deed. So right now, the development code flexibility that staff is proposing at this time is to allow for an increase of height up to 10%, and then require some step backs for if they do go that pathway, allowing additional stories as long as the overall measured height, so the 35 feet or 50-foot measurement, is in compliance, allowing for a reduction in landscaping, allowing for a reduction in open space and an increase in site coverage, a reduction in setbacks, and a reduction in parking, including reduced parking quantities, removing the requirement for fully enclosed garage, allowing for tandem parking, and then allowing for on-street parking where our town engineer is appropriate. And then in summary, just to help you understand what is going on, I created this chart for you where the leftmost column shows what's required of all projects if they want to qualify for this non-monetary incentives. And then the second column shows all of the things that are provided to all projects if it's adopted, or not adopted, but if we continue to move forward as we're proposing tonight. And then there would be the menu of development code standard incentives that would be available. Some, maybe all, for projects, depending on how much affordability they provide and how big the project is. And then so that you can move forward with your. And then just to give you an idea of what the potential options are if we do move forward with this potential non-monetary incentive process. The standard planning process and the state density bonus law are still both available options to any developer. So you could comply with the town's standards for density, inclusionary housing, and development standards. You can get through the planning process that way. You could also ask for a plan development under that same process if you want some modification to the requirement. You would still have to provide a little bit more affordable housing. If you still wanted to use the state density bonus law, you wanted to do lower income housing, you wanted to ask for concessions and incentives, that state density bonus law is still available. You would just have to comply with the minimum density requirements, get the additional density that's allotted by the state, and then you can request any incentives and concessions you desire from the development code. And then with the homegrown housing, you would comply with the minimum qualifications we discussed so far, identify which development standard incentives you want to use, and then you'd be eligible for the homegrown housing monetary incentives as well. And then we'd still, within that homegrown housing, we'd also include the plan development option, which then take you down another path of a little more discretion to the planning.
I'm just going to pause because this slide was added today it seemed to be some confusion with some of the public comment that these are all 3 very distinctive paths and you can choose any one of those 3. They aren't one or the other. So we just want to make sure that's really clear for the council and the community that's hearing this.
And then just to give you one site example for Edmonds Loft, since we are familiar with that site, it is a 0.32 acre site. It's zoned high density residential, 18 to 24 dwelling units. For the base density, it's allowed 5.8 to 7.7 dwelling units. That's typically rounded down in our development code. Dwelling unit equivalents are available to the site, and you could get up to a 15.4 studio units, some unit number. Using the standard planning process, doing the 15% inclusionary requirement, if they were to do the maximum density that's allowed, it could yield 6 market rate units and 1 low income unit, plus a little bit of an in lieu fee. If they wanted to use the dwelling unit equivalent pathway, you could get 13 market rate units, 2 low income units, 30% in lieu fee. If the property owner wanted to go down the state density bonus law, which would be a maximum of 16 dwelling units per 16 studio units, rounded up for the state density bonus law, it could yield 18 market rate units with 3 low income. Obviously, there's some variation throughout all of this levels of density bonus you could ask for. With homegrown housing, if we move forward with the program as it's contemplated today, you could get at the maximum base density 7 units, which would all be deed restricted per the requirement. Or you can get 15 studios through the dwelling unit equivalent. 50% of those would be required to be deed restricted. So you would get at least 8 deed restricted. And then depending on what kind of funding, if they want more funding for additional units, developer can move forward with doing more than 50% deed restricted.
All right, now I am going to go over funding for this program. The approved budget for CIP 2014, which is the deed restriction purchase programs, includes $2.7 million in funding for fiscal year 25-26 for deed restrictions through the deed restriction for new housing development program. We anticipate that up to $1.1 million of these funds may be expended this fiscal year for the Edmonds Loft projects. The exact cost of these deed restrictions will depend on the project's final pro forma and might be less than $1.1 million. And depending on construction timeline, these funds may not be expended until fiscal year 26-27. But to maintain momentum towards Council's deed restriction goal, we recommend amending C 2014 to provide sufficient funding for program development and for up to 42 additional deed restrictions in fiscal year 26-27. Sierra Business Council, our program operator, anticipates receiving completed applications for at least 42 additional units within the next 4 months. And in order to execute participation agreements for these units, the town would need to obligate sufficient funding to meet these commitments. So to accomplish this, we recommend a suite of budget adjustments to move funds between capital cost categories in C 2014 and between C 2013 and 2014. And just as background, C 2013 was originally proposed with the concept of replicating an Edmonds Loft type public-private partnership, but instead we are recommending amending the budget so that these funds are instead used for homegrown housing program as a simpler solution. We estimate that meeting the town's 10% goal will require adding approximately 635 additional deed restrictions by 2032. The cost per deed restriction could vary greatly depending on a number of factors, including the deed restriction strategy used for that unit size, and future incentive program adjustments, among other things. So it is difficult to project the exact cost of reaching this 10% deed restriction goal, but we estimate that based on current costs, doing so could cost at least $55 million over the next several years. While we have funded the existing deed restriction programs through a combination of Measure K, Measure E, General Fund, and American Rescue Plan Act funds, increasing our momentum towards that 10% deed restriction goal will require identifying additional fund sources. As a next step, we recommend engaging with an economic consultant to evaluate potential funding options. The proposed consultant scope of work that's included in the staff report has 2 areas of focus. To inform the development of potential tiers for homegrown housing financial incentives, they will evaluate the development costs of different housing unit types under scenarios with varied deed-restricted income cap levels and unit size for each housing type. And they will prepare an analysis of up to 3 potential local funding sources the town may consider using to generate revenue to support the new program. We recommend that council direct the town manager to enter into a contract with BAE Urban Economics to complete the scope of work, and the estimated contract amount is $31,470. We received a number of written public comments on this item. We had a comment that wants to include privately owned homes in the program, require ADUs and JADUs to be allowed, and to allow for currently owned employee housing for funding. We had a couple comments that instead of creating a separate program, we should add monetary incentives on top of the state density bonus. We had a couple comments that supported the staff recommendation as written. We had a comment that was overall supportive with the efforts, but concerned about the inclusionary workforce housing exemption, the staff level review for medium-sized projects, and requested additional outreach and further clarification on the program layering requirements. And we had a comment that was supportive of expanding the program boundary, but wants projects that use the state density bonus law to remain eligible. For next steps, if council approves, we would execute a contract with BAE Urban Economics to complete the financial feasibility analysis and funding options analysis. We'd incorporate the council feedback into draft development code modifications to be presented to Planning Commission before the end of the calendar year. And we'd return to council with Planning Commission's development code recommendations, draft homegrown housing program guideline revisions, and funding strategy options in the new year. Finally, our recommended action is that council provide direction regarding homegrown housing, which includes both financial incentives and non-monetary development code incentives to support the construction of new deed-restricted housing units, approve a budget adjustment transferring $2.24 million from CIP 2013 to CIP 2014 and adjusting capital cost categories within CIP 2013 to fund the homegrown housing program in fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27, and direct town manager to enter into a contract with BAE Urban Economics to complete the financial feasibility analysis and funding options analysis to support the program development funding options analysis. And now we are open to questions.
Thank you very much, Yumi and Lynn. And we will start council questioning with Council Member Henderson.
How do you want to do this? Because there's a lot here. Do you want?
If maybe we can make a suggestion, we can
Yes.
go back to some of the slides we have with some of the proposed. I'm assuming maybe mostly you want to talk about the non-monetary incentives to start. That's maybe the more complicated piece, and see how much we get through on that side, and that might help you guide the conversation.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Will that work?
Sure. So first, just really quick, I think I remember this from the staff report. The survey results when you were showing developers that were supportive or not supportive of different topics that you brought up, you had 13 responses. Is that right? Okay.
And they were almost all developers, just to be clear.
Right.
In those responses.
So a specific perspective and a valuable perspective. Because we also got a public comment on this, and I've had some conversations about this. I think it would be helpful if you could just sort of expand on some of the pros and the cons of allowing versus not allowing layering with the state density bonus law. I know that's kind of a meaty one. We're probably going to get into it a lot in discussion. But I would love to hear a little bit more sort of color and staff's rationale for that specific proposal. Do you want me to stop, or I can list a few questions?
Well, that's a pretty meaty one. So maybe let's
go with
talk
that.
about
Let's start
that.
there.
And maybe, Yumi, if we can go to that slide where we used Edmonds, and that was kind of the point of that. I'll give a high level, and then I'll let the Yumi do the planner more descriptive detail. In our conversations in the entry and at the staff level, I think we went back and forth on that quite a bit. And what it boiled down to in terms of this recommendation, and what you can kind of see here is it's really the AMI levels. So homegrown housing is going to allow for a broader spectrum of AMI and not necessarily restrict for lower AMIs, which we already have a pretty good number of units for. And we thought there was value to the community and the development team to have those broader AMI options. It also preserved some of that local control in terms of heights, if it's appropriate in certain areas, or other community character aspects of development by not layering it with state density. So if we layer it with state density bonus, the proposed development would receive any incentive they want per state density plus any of these other incentives, and we wouldn't have an option to negotiate back and forth on that per se. And Yumi, you're welcome to add more to that.
I think Jen's our new planner. That's correct. I mean, I think primarily the reasoning that came out of this is the state density bonus law gives developers a wide breadth, gives them full reign on the development code requirements on incentives and concessions. And we wanted to have a more iterative process with the developers who wanted to create something that fits with our community character, but also provide them with some flexibility within our development code. for the most part, what we've seen in a lot of projects is no one's trying to go out of the box, that it's creating like 20-story buildings, but it could happen with a state density bonus in the future. So we're just trying to create an alternative for developers to come to the town, come with a higher AMI that serves a different purpose, and then provide them with an opportunity for funding.
And you were going to.
I don't know what the appropriateness is. So as you all know, I think I was the council member that sat through this, and I sat through almost 15 hours of meetings to get here, and I still had to read the staff report 3 times just to get through it. So I apologize to the 4 of you that you didn't have that luxury. I would also say, and this is actually a little bit part of my deliberation, but we purposefully redid a lot of the zoning through the general plan process. And I think that was very present in a lot of our minds. And so when we increased the density through that, there was this back and forth and a very lively discussion of how that is going to play out on the ground. So I think that was sort of one of the other reasons why staff came back with this recommendation as well.
And also I'm hearing it really is to get a bit of a different product, right? Because we've done pretty well with getting, for example, units below 80% AMI. We'll have more coming online with the CHP site. Where we continue to struggle and where we're trying to innovate is that moderate income workforce housing. And so with this going up to 180% AMI, we're going to get more of that product. Or at least that's the goal.
That's correct. We also, just for information, as we were having that lively discussion, we did talk about the fact that existing entitled projects within the existing current boundaries are still eligible to apply even if they have used state density. So there are some entitled projects within the downtown core that could still apply if there's funding available and that have utilized state density. So this would be, once you adopt these guidelines, which is going to take some time because we're going to take this feedback, probably have another conversation before you even see guidelines.
And just for clarity on the projects Jen was talking about, the existing guidelines prevent funds for those units that are deed restricted through the density bonus or inclusionary units. It would be other units in the project. But as the guidelines currently are, the state density bonus, the funds couldn't be used for those that are deed restricted through state density bonus or inclusionary. It's only for the ones that are basically voluntarily deed restricted, just for clarity.
And that was sort of a follow-up question, just a little bit more of the rationale for actually exempting projects from the inclusionary housing policy. So you're already touching on it, but if you have, Yumi, I saw you go like that really fast. So if you have, yeah.
I think when we were considering the requirements, I think we thought we wanted to go the route of requiring or incentivizing more higher income AMI units because that's the point of this program. So we wanted to find like that balance, the balance between what is basically an alternative equivalent to what a 15% and requiring the inclusionary housing requirement and then requiring additional AMI. That's not an alternative equivalent. That's alternative plus what we already had. But I do see that there is potential interest, and I agree that there's a need for maybe mixed housing units or a mix of housing units within our community. I think that's found within our regional housing needs assessment, and then we just need to, if this is the program that you want to have it in, we do figure out what that looks like. Is it more incentive based or is it regulatory based within?
I feel like I could probably go on for half an hour with questions, and we each could, so I'm just going to stick with that for the moment, and I know we're going to get into a lot in deliberation.
Okay, Councilmember Pallavi, you got us going on this.
Yep, sorry, I just have a couple really quick, more specific ones. So on the deck patio non-monetary slide, so what I didn't see was are we going to do a minimum size? So if we go to 1 for 10 units, what I'm still stuck on, and then we got to the 20%, and then we got to these tiny little, whatever you called them in our question and answers. That was another new Juliet balconies. Thank you. I guess can you be more specific? Like, I know we didn't come up with a standard, but did you have something in mind, Yumi? What I'm really concerned with is that we're going to design ourselves out of a lot of the things that we've been designing ourselves back into over the years, whether it be bike storage, whether it be ski storage, whether it be, some of the things Mr. Schwartz talked about. How are we going to retain enough to be livable?
I think it's a very good question. I mean, I think our standard development code requirements are things that we've, as a community, said are important. Dimensions are important. I think we're just trying to find that balance on how much we can reduce it without drastically diminishing the quality of life. If you give me a second, I can look up the quote.
Yep. So I would just say that's going to be a concern of mine as we move forward. Are we skipping around, or did you want to stick topic by topic? I have a random question on funding. You want me to just keep going?
We're just doing non-monetary for now, but skip around anywhere.
And before you do, I did pull it up. It's 60 square feet is the current proposal.
It'd be 60 square feet for, that would be the common balcony.
Yes, with no dimension less than.
Yeah, that seems too small to me. We'll get there. Was there a talk about maximum number of studios? There was talk about how we were going to delineate that, but was there any talk about the max number of studios?
We don't have that currently.
We don't have that. And that's something we could add, should we so desire. And then, so and then I'm going to skip over to financing really quick. On the financing piece of this, we talked about in one of the in-treat sessions, the new, I think Mr. Frisch brought it up, but the new regional housing finance authority model that the state enabled a couple of years ago, which allows jurisdictions to sort of band together and have a much larger variety of funding opportunities. I didn't see that in the BAE study in particular as one of the funding options we were going to look at. I understand that proposal was brought to the Workforce Housing Agency, JPA. The JPA said, thank you very much. We're not interested in understanding what this actually means. So is that something we can insert back into the BAE study and we just pick up the tab on that? And maybe it benefits the JPA, maybe it benefits the town. But I think it's a pretty robust potential funding method.
It's something that I could talk to BAE about. I don't have a quote at this point on sort of what that additional scope would be.
Okay.
So we can explore that if that's council's direction. To be clear, that's a mechanism that allows multiple jurisdictions to band together to create a new entity that then could seek funding. Right. We would still have to go out with a ballot measure or something like that in order to do that.
I understand. It's unfortunate the JPA didn't choose to move that forward. I know you guys as members of our JPA decided to, but other members chose not to. I just think it's a big miss and that the town should potentially pick that up.
I believe it is in the JPA's work plan to study this. It just isn't happening immediately.
Okay. Getting some mixed messages on that then potentially, so we can clarify that. And then my last question is there any reason why we would either prohibit or explicitly allow a transition from rental to for sale within this program as long as there was a minimum time horizon? So for example, 10 years, and a project needs to transition it for some reason, but at least minimally, I'm not asking us to get to how that functions quite yet. I think we'll give ourselves a window of 10 years, but at the very minimum, can we add that in as an opportunity, just so we don't shut it down? Because I think there's some developer interest potentially in utilizing a model like that.
It is currently allowed.
It is allowed.
Yeah,
within the THAP program.
Yeah, or deed restriction for new development.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is currently allowed. The units can be for sale or for rent. There are different requirements. I mean, the same AMI cap, but
I want to know if they can transition over time.
We don't have any prohibition on that.
We don't. And so that would carry over to this. There wouldn't be a prohibition, although we don't know what that looks like or how we would get there, but at the very, we're just buying some time.
It's allowed by the program guidelines and the deed restrictions.
That's great.
Yep.
I'll stick to those questions for now. Sorry, that was way deeper than some of these slides.
We're flexible about coming back on other areas. Okay, Councilmember Romack.
Yeah, I definitely have some like broader program questions, like that impact monetary and non-monetary. Should I ask those now or just get specific? Yeah, everyone's saying yes. Okay. First, on the geography, I know we're proposing expanding for the program, and transit, close to transit was utilized. That's just talking about our fixed route transit service when we say transit, right?
That's correct.
Okay. That is one thing I just definitely am going to put this out there of our TART Connect service that runs throughout the entire town is way more utilized than our fixed route service. So that just stuck out to me as when we say close to transit, it's kind of a misnomer in the way our transit system runs now. So I'll put that out, food for thought to think about. On the state density bonus layering question, the way it's being proposed now, you wouldn't be allowed to layer state density bonus with the non-monetary. Could you layer state density bonus with the monetary incentives?
Not as staff is recommending it now, but that could be, obviously if council chooses, that could be, we could have it so it'd be allowed for the monetary, but not the non-monetary.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm kind of.
To be clear, if you did use the state density bonus law, there would be no real reason for the non-monetary.
Couldn't you still have some market rate units that you could say I would like to deed restrict with the town to make them at 180% of AMI, and then I would be entitled to funding? Maybe the developer wouldn't need that funding, I guess, is what you're saying?
Just the non-monetary incentives. So are you talking about the current existing program or the proposed one today?
I guess it sounds like as it's proposed, the new one, you couldn't layer state density with monetary or non-monetary.
That's correct.
Okay. We can talk about that more.
But you can today. That's where we're saying any entitled project that currently used it still has a runway of 6 months minimum, because they're not going to come back to us for 6 months, to be able to still apply to the program. Still going to be a funding gap potentially. That's a different story, but yes, that's how we're sort of trying to balance that needle of saying like, hey, look, we know this is about to change, but yet we want you to still have an opportunity to apply.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your first slide our conversation on June 10th that seniors did come up as a potential. Were we contemplating anything in these revisions that would allow for inclusion of any people who no longer work, but maybe were previously members of the workforce or have lived in our community for a while?
Yes, that's something we'd consider when we discussed the definition, or potentially we could discuss when we bring back the new program guidelines, that changed definition of workforce, which we're having that conversation about all our housing programs, as we've mentioned. So we could, if council is interested, we could target bringing a potential new workforce definition that includes retired people for this program and potentially our other housing programs as well when we come back with revised program guidelines.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember, just to go back on your question or your comments about the transit, the map and the reason why it's kind of funky with the small little circles, that's the VMT exemption zone map that was approved by council, so we were tying it with that intentionally.
Thank you, appreciate that, yeah. Another question, and then I will get to non-monetary specific. On the component about electrification, wanted to confirm, I know multiple of us asked questions about that in the questions. It sounds like staff is saying that to build an all-electric unit, it is less expensive typically based on not having to hook up to natural gas, some of the other metrics. I just wanted to follow up on that.
That's correct. That data comes from our breach code economic feasibility analysis that was done, cost effectiveness studies that were done a couple of years ago.
Thank you. Then on the specific non-monetary opportunities, parking. So currently the way the program works, every unit must have one parking space. I think in the way I read some ideas, we would reduce that. So some of the units that are studios or potentially one bedroom, it might not require a full space. Is that correct?
It would still require one space for the monetary incentive.
The calculation, it's based off of just a general calculation for the project, and we're just proposing one per space, one per unit for the studio and one bedroom, and then and then two for 2 or 3 bedroom.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I think that's it on non-monetary. I do have some monetary questions that I'll hold.
Vice Mayor Klostad.
Oh, we're having fun now. I understand. So sticking with this slide that we have here, I understand why we would look at the relaxation of the setbacks, but is there an opportunity to contemplate or a way to limit where snow shedding or snow storage issues are would be triggered by that setback relaxation?
Yes, I didn't get into the details too much into the staff report, but right now the language that I'm working on is that the snow would have to shed away, or there would have to be a snow retention device on this side property line.
Okay.
But that could be.
That is contemplated.
Yes.
Great. For either existing or future planned developments, like the Hilltops is expiring, could they negotiate to be allowed in this if they were willing to participate in this deed restriction? You're saying that our planned developments are currently not allowed to participate, but future, could they negotiate that?
Yes, we can go back, and if we do revisit the Hilltop Master Plan, which I believe is one of our action items within our general plan, we incorporated it.
Okay. And then the percent deed restriction, I guess I'm trying to understand why, why 50% with 11 or more and 100% with 10 or fewer. It just seems like, it feels like a kind of a almost all or nothing. Is there a gradation? Are you just not expecting a lot of small projects? What's the thought process behind it?
I think we had a similar conversation at our June meeting where we were like, where's the number? What's right? I think, I drew the threshold line was where it was staff level review. So 100% deed restricted units with 10 or fewer units would be staff level review without any additional public outreach requirements. So that would be something that the community wants to see. They're meeting the objective standards. It should be streamlined. It should be easy to do. And then I think when I was trying to think through what kind of projects would come through, would a 2-unit project be eligible for all of the same incentives that a 50-unit project that did 100% deed restriction? So I just tried to think, I don't think this is necessarily the perfect. I think a case-by-case approach would be probably the easiest approach or the best approach in terms of but then we'd have to bring that to council.
That's not objective.
That's not objective. It's not streamlined. It would be at the council's discretion or the commission's discretion, and that would make it more challenging. And then as I discussed before, because of the inclusionary housing exemption, I was trying to find that threshold of what's appropriate in terms of what's the alternative equivalent to removing the inclusionary housing requirement. That's where I got the 50% doesn't quite cover the 100%.
So just some examples of past deed restricted projects, like what are the numbers that are typically coming in? Because it seems to me like we have either really small ones or really big ones. There doesn't seem to be much in between. So is that kind of the target why we're stratifying it so just drastically? Like CHP site, how many units is that? 72 or 55? And we've got how many units on Edmonds Loft? 12.
So that would fall under the 50% requirement.
Yeah. Okay.
I would also say we're not seeing bigger projects because we haven't had the funding or the wherewithal to kind of get there.
Mm.
Like, it's
Well,
a little
we've had
bit of
a few,
chicken or egg, right?
Okay. Last couple ones. How did forgive me if I missed it in the staff report. It was a really dense one. How did staff reach that? What was it? 600. The maximum sale price, 687,000.
That was a remnant from when we initially proposed this as part of THAP, and it's based on affordability at the 180 for those for the unit size up to 2-bedroom. It's not exact because different household sizes live in different live in different unit sizes, but was it was what was affordable to 180. The different unit sizes, and it mathed out nicely to 110,000 per unit at 16% was the other reason.
As convenient a number as anything else. Last question, the state density bonus, you can get up to 100% density bonus, right? Am I missing something? We're offering 10%? Is it just...
No, this is just based, as Councilmember Paul Levy noted, I think we went through the exercise of identifying what our community's threshold was for what kind of density they would like to see, and then having that be what we're expecting in the project with the allowance for the dwelling unit equivalents, which can allow you to get up to 100% more density if you wanted to do, if you allowed for fully all studio units. Not be the case. So that's where we were coming.
So again, going back to the Edmonds Lofts example, what density bonus did they achieve? Because they could have gone for more, but they ended up at...
They didn't use a density bonus. I believe they used a dwelling unit equivalent. And that's why I think there were studio and 1-bedroom units. Also, it's a pretty constrained site in terms of size. So they used the dwelling unit equivalents. They used a standard process with a level of planned development on top to get some reductions.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's actually why this was a good example. I think if state density bonus had been used, you could have had 18 units on that pretty small site, which might have felt too much for the community, but there would be no town ability to say no to that.
And it would have been a lot more than 2 stories in order to fit that.
Likely, yes. Where not using the state density bonus, we were able to offer incentives. And in fact, that was a requirement of the RFIQ for that not to go through state density bonus, so we could learn from that and how to formulate programs.
Which we did, and that was a good exercise. Thank you so much. Off to you, Mayor.
On the boundaries, we talked about the program boundaries, and I'm looking at Glenshire, Tahoe, Donner, and Donner Lake. There's no fixed route service to those places, correct? Fixed route buses don't go there. It's just TART Connect?
Jen's noted that there used to be, but currently no. Those were identified because of the VMT screened out area and because they're close to services for those communities.
Okay, I thought we said they're close to transit services, but it's just that TART Connect goes out there.
I think it was transit and services.
What's that?
Transit and services.
And or services, yeah.
And or services.
And there used to be service out there when this was adopted. This hasn't been updated in 3-4 years.
Okay.
It was really based on the VMT screened out services, like explicitly say that.
Okay. Is there any other reason besides they're included in the... Is there any other reason they're included in this proposal, those outline areas, besides the fact that they're in the VMT exemption area? Any independent reason?
The conversation was around tying it to council priorities, and council had adopted this as a map from a VMT exemption exclusion zone. So that made sense for a reason versus just randomly picking what it would be.
Okay.
There's no other reason other than it was the VMT exemption zone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then the all-electric, you provided answers to the written questions on the all-electric, that construction costs are less for all-electric and operation costs, usage costs are less for all-electric. So in the course of all these meetings, what was the nature of any opposition to requiring all-electric?
I don't know that we really heard opposition to that. I think maybe you've heard a little bit since publication of the staff report and maybe confusion about what that is, but some of that conversation was around if there's additional incentives, more enhanced solar like Edmonds was contemplating that might cost more. We might want to offer incentives to help support that. So the Edmonds project is looking at an extensive solar array that would almost fully feed the development. That's above and beyond. If we want to incentivize that more, we could do that.
Okay, but is there a dispute over whether all-electric is less expensive than the mixed electric?
Based on the
gas?
data we have, we don't think so, but there might be in the community.
Okay. And then on the inclusion workforce requirement, the proposal to exempt it, what's the opposition to requiring it? What's the opposition to maintaining the exclusionary workforce requirement?
I don't think that there's a strong opposition from staff's perspective. I think we see value in having a mix of income units with income levels within projects and requiring it to, especially to meet our housing element RENA goals. I think it can be more cost prohibitive, maybe less desirable for the development community, and just trying to find that balance for how much deed restriction would a project be able to endure.
Okay, and that's part of the reason we saw comments to the effect, well, if you include it, maybe pay us some additional amount for having included it.
Do you want the non-planner response to your question? So the non-planner response to your question, I think, would be it makes the project more challenging from a pro forma perspective. So if we're trying to encourage a development of 10 units, we'll use that as an example, or at Edmonds Loft, and you're already trying to get them to restrict to AMI levels, and you're already trying to create those deed restrictions, we've already narrowed that margin, and we've already narrowed everything to such an extent that having that inclusionary piece just becomes more challenging for them to pencil it out. And they're saying, well, you're already paying us per unit to do this, then sure, we can do more of it, right? You can keep the inclusionary, but pay us a little bit more, and then we can do that. So I think that'll be their response. I'll let them reply during public comment how they feel about that.
Money.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's margin, but we're still don't forget, we're still keeping the inclusionary piece of it for all other project entitlements, right? So it's not that we're losing that, it's just a different way to look at it at different AMI levels. Inclusionary housing, inclusionary is not going away in our bigger scheme of things. It's still there, right? So you're still going to get it on certain projects that are market rate.
Right.
It's just for this program.
Thank you. And then on the AMI caps, when you talk about having flexibility to negotiate with developers for what AMI caps would apply to the project, that's still under some ceiling, right? Is it 180% AMI? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the maximum cap would still be 180% AMI.
Okay, those are all my questions on the non-monetary issue. Should we go to monetary? Okay, Councilmember Pallavi, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, I don't have any other questions. I was actually going to see if you wanted to go to public comment, just to maybe get some public comment out and then come back to monetary or other questions as you see fit. But I don't have any specific questions to monetary at this point, so I'm
No,
good.
we'll hold the public comments to one round. Councilmember Romek.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if anyone in the public was going to make comments on monetary, I would like to know. And then I will ask my questions. And I guess, and I kind of asked this question, you know, I know we're looking to utilize BAE to do a study on what the incentive should be. And I know Placer County did a study, and I think MAP asked this question too, like, can we just layer on to the findings that Placer County, knowing that there are some differences on regulatory bodies and all that, but rather than do a whole new study, can we just build on it to move quicker into finding out what would be the appropriate incentive?
The Placer County program Launchpad has some pretty significant differences from our program. The main one is that there is no AMI cap for their units. You can be at any income level, which would change the how the project pencils out pretty significantly compared to our 180% AMI cap. The other main difference with Launchpad is that, you know, they put out an RFP for proposals for a set amount of funding, and then reviewed those proposals and picked projects instead. And so it was a very discretionary process. So, you know, that was the opportunity to look for more bang for their buck kind of thing, whereas our project is very discrete and you either qualify or you don't. So that's why the main reasons we felt like the per unit price was not necessarily appropriate for our program. If you're not familiar with Launchpad, it's for housing units that aren't ADUs, it's $200,000 per unit, whether that is a studio or a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. And so it's the same amount of incentive no matter the unit size. And so we felt that that was not necessarily the best fit for our program because we have those income caps and the way that projects are approved in our program, which is why we felt we couldn't just use the Placer study. Although I'm sure they'll use some of the data they collected during that to help with our program, just because it is, you know, we are a very similar area.
Yeah, and just to add to that, BAE's intent is to certainly use data they've already collected in that study and some other work in our region. They're not reinventing the wheel. It's sort of pulling together these data sources to come up with specific recommendations for Truckee.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, because however we can build on work that was already done would be great. So, and I guess, so just going back, the way the program is proposed, monetary incentives you could not layer on with state density bonus in the new one. I know I asked that already. I'm just clarifying again, in the new program, that's the case. Yes.
Yes, both
okay.
How it exists now and the proposed new program, you could not get financial incentives for the units that have been deed restricted by the state density bonus, or I think the language is, you know, similar deed restriction, you know, basic, you know, having a workforce or income requirement. The new program difference would be if the project itself would qualify at all, not just the individual units.
So for the new program, if you use state density bonus, you do not qualify for monetary incentives.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. I know this is getting wonky. And thank you, staff and Dave and everyone else who participated. I know we're asking a lot, and you guys have thought a lot about it all. And so just to also clarify, the 50% or 100% threshold based on unit size, that is only tied to non-monetary incentives. So a project could come in doing 7 units and say, can I just get 1 monetary incentive for 1 unit?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it for, are we proposing time limits on the monetary incentives? Like, do you have to, I think I read that, or it was contemplated that you would have to get your project entitled by a certain time again, so projects aren't just sitting on money without utilizing it.
Yes, the timeline would be very important for the monetary incentive.
Okay. And sorry, one last question. the BAE study would look at 3 funding sources, I think was one of the question. Is there a reason we're only looking at 3? We kind of have 3 in mind already to dive in, or I guess why not look at more if there's a lot of opportunities?
We were just trying to keep it sort of a narrow scope, both for cost and timing. So that's why we were looking at potentially doing 3. If there are other options that council would like us to add, we could certainly talk about that.
Great. Thank you. I think that's it.
Councilmember Henderson.
Great questions. I think you covered some of mine. I think the only one I'll add is one of the staff recommendations was considering an increased incentive amount for projects that agree to a lower rent cap than the 120% AMI. And I think the intention there is to have sort of that mixed product type, right? But we also talked about earlier how not layering with state density bonus is to actually get more moderate income workforce housing units. So those kind of seem to conflict a little to me, but tell me if I'm seeing it wrong.
So how we were planning to have it work is similar to how it exists now. The qualification cap for the tenants is at 180% AMI. So the households can make all the way up to 180% AMI, while the rent is capped to be affordable at 120. So the units are affordable to a wider range. It would likely at least how I was seeing it work, is it would be similar. The income qualification would remain at 180, but some of the units could potentially have a lower rent cap. So they'd be affordable to 80, they'd be affordable to 100. So there'd still be the wide range of people who could qualify for the apartment, but the actual rent would be lower, and there'd likely be some kind of preference for the 80% AMI before it went to 120 or 180 or whatever. So the units would all be available to 180% households, but the units might have a lower rent cap. Some of the units might have a lower rent cap to get a higher incentive
So maybe
payment.
to simplify it a little bit, state density bonus caps just the AMI for the household. So, the 80%, 60% AMI for the household, and it does not contemplate a lower rent AMI. Our program would contemplate a lower rent AMI, but keep the higher household AMI to make it affordable.
That's it? Vice Mayor Klostad. Okay, sticking on that same monetary question, staff was talking about a capping at 110,000 per unit, but then goes on to say for a two-bedroom unit that might not pencil for the developer. Is that correct?
That's some of the feedback we've received as part of this process.
Is your recommendation sticking at 110,000 per unit, or are you looking at it that way at all?
Our recommendation is that would be something that BAE looks at to see if a larger unit would potentially pencil needing a higher than 110,000 for a 2-bedroom to make it pencil. That's one of the recommendations that we would hope would come out of the BAE economic analysis.
Okay, so for now, we're just talking about having flexibility for income caps at less than 180% AMI, and we're not talking yet about...
We're not proposing changing the incentive amounts until after the BAE study, and these are just potential things that we're looking at in the BAE study that we recommend looking at, and that we just wanted to let council know that these are things we're considering for future program when we come back in 6 months after the BAE study and after the Planning Commission with the non-monetary incentives. Those are the specific recommendations that we're looking at. But we need the economic analysis study done first. Maybe they'll come back and say, nope, it should be lower than 110. So, that would change our recommendation. But from the feedback that we've received at this point, that's why we're having BAE look into it. So we don't have any specific numbers at this point.
Okay, and so coincidentally, the amount of money that's being proposed for the budget comes out to $110,000 per unit if we did a 42-unit project.
We're estimating that at this point because that's what the numbers. Even though THAP is different, has some different requirements and caps and all that. we've been paying about $110,000 per unit for THAP and felt that was and it was our original cap. It's what we've been seeing at the THAP, so we just used that as an estimate for the budget.
Well, in the budget recommendation is for projects that are applying between now and when you adopt current guidelines, and your current max amount is 110. So that's why we use that.
Right. Okay. And then, so hats off to Edmunds Loft. They came in, right now, it looks like they're going to come in at around $91,000 or $92,000 a unit of money from the town.
That's what we're estimating. Again, we won't know until we have more data at the end of the project.
Okay. And then where will the $55 million come from?
That's the $1 million question, or the $55 million question. That's what BAE will help us provide some options for as well.
And we have some willing takers, so you might hear from them tonight.
Oh, great. Okay, good. Then those are all my questions. Can't wait to hear from them. Are there any further questions? We did non-monetary. We've done monetary. Does anyone want to ask questions on funding other than the $55 million? No. Okay, well, then why don't we go to public comment? But does anybody want to make a comment on this agenda item? Yeah, please go ahead and line up over by the podium. Thank you.
Good evening, Town Council, members of the staff. My name is Steve Frisch. I'm the president of Sierra Business Council, and we are the program operator for the Homegrown Housing Program. And thank you for not making me respond to everything with deed restriction for new housing development anymore. I just wanted to give you a quick, 2 items that I wanted to put on the table. Number one, as the program operator for this, our role is to provide technical assistance to the development community to help them through this process. So really our role is very limited to essentially working with them to submit all of the necessary and required paperwork to ensure that they are eligible for the project, and then overseeing the project loan committee that is determining whether or not all of that eligibility is third-party verified. So we have a third-party verifier, which is Housing Inc. And then using that data to determine the deed restriction amount based on the documents that have been submitted. So SBC does not have a decision-making role in this process, which I think I'm kind of happy about. But as you might guess, it's kind of a complicated process. But complicated as it is, we have 2 projects that have submitted almost complete applications. A third project that is in the process of submitting an application, and 3 additional projects that are in different stages of determining whether or not they would like to submit an application. And across all 6 of those, there are about 128 units in the pipeline over the next 3 to 4 years, depending upon the timing of when they submit those applications. So I just wanted to let you guys know it's kind of working, right? So now the issue is, how do we make it work better? So thank you for this opportunity.
Hello, Council. I'm Jackie Calvert, the new Executive Director at Visit Truckee Tahoe, and I was going to wax on poetically, but I'm going to cut to the chase here since it's late. So, what makes Truckee unique compared to other destinations as we see it? We are this living, breathing mountain community. Families, hospitality workers, and neighbors are the heartbeat of this town, and they are every bit a part of the Truckee experience as the mountains, rivers, lakes, and trails. And the sense of community vibrancy we enjoy today is in large part supported by a sustainable visitor economy. Visitor spending in 2024 hit $24.57 million, supporting local businesses, jobs, and services. Furthermore, TOT collected from visitors when they stay overnight is the town's 3rd largest tax source, helping fund essentials like snow plowing, roads, trail infrastructure. You guys know the drill. And this benefits residents and visitors alike. At the same time, visitation to Truckee has leveled off in recent years, reminding us that growth is not unlimited. With this reality, it becomes even more important that our current funding streams are optimized to their fullest potential. We commend Council for setting an ambitious goal of securing 10% of Truckee's housing as deed restricted and support a third-party financial feasibility and funding analysis to move this vision forward. Visit Truckee Tahoe is committed to working with Council and town staff to explore creative solutions to make this financially feasible. I'm one of those, Jan. Protecting and sustaining the economic vitality generated by tourism is essential, and it underpins the town's ability to advance workforce housing. We do not view these as competing priorities, but shared goals that move forward together to help preserve Truckee's character and long-term livability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calvert.
Hello, my name is Tyler Caro. I'm a civil engineer, general contractor, and developer. I'm working on 2 workforce housing projects in Truckee that intend to utilize this program. I just want to say I read the report a few times. Really well done, Yumi and Lynn. I really think this program is incredible, and it's going to really change the shape of housing in Truckee. I'm incredibly supportive and very supportive of revising the map to expand the boundaries. I wanted to just add 2 quick comments. One is regarding the percentage of deed restriction units required. There's that 50% for 11 units and more, and 100% for 10 units and under. I'm just, due to the number of units that are interested in using this program, I do have concern over funding, so I just hope there would be a caveat in the implementation that would state if there was not funding for all those units, specifically for a larger project, that maybe it would not have to be a full 50%. I'm working on a project that is zoned up to 93 units. We're hoping to phase it. It's not going to be 93 units at once, but a large percentage of those units are going to be it's going to be a combination of market rate, workforce, and affordable. And I just want to make sure that, if 50% of the units are deed restricted for workforce, it would be great to get that monetary incentive, and we'd be happy to deed restrict 50%. But if the funding was not available, it would not necessarily make sense. Second is regarding the program layering. So I just want to read one sentence. Staff recommends limiting program participants to projects that have not received, state density bonus. The state density bonus law focuses on lower income households, 30% to 60% area and median income. I want to clarify, I believe this might be a mistake. I think it's actually 80% AMI. So I do know that per California state density bonus law, if you deed restrict 15% of units to 80% AMI, you can provide a 27.5% increase on units. 15% AMI. 15% of units deed restricted to 80% AMI is what's in the standard planning process per town of Truckee. Councilmember Henderson also noted that there was kind of a conflict that with this this program layering, and essentially staff stating that there was like a decision to not layer because we don't want to deed restrict for below 120% AMI. I personally believe that we should be using the state density, developers should be allowed to layer these 2 programs. Specifically, this larger project that I have, the non-monetary incentives would, are near what we need, but there are items that would be allowed for plan development, specifically phasing, that would be necessary for this project. And per the requirements of this project, to do a plan development plus the homegrown housing program, you'd have to restrict 100% of units.
I meant to say you only have 3 minutes.
No worries.
Sorry.
Thank you anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Tyler.
Hi, my name is Jason Toops. I'm a planning commissioner in the town of Truckee. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. First of all, great job, everyone. I know staff has worked really hard. Several council members, all of you have worked really hard, and the development community, so thank you for coming together. Small aside, but I think it's important to say, we have to also find a way to build housing without large public subsidies, because I saw a budget of, I think, $5 million for next year. It'll cover like 40 to 50 units. The gap is 630 units, so that's about 15 years at that current run rate and $55 million. So it's great that we're doing this. It can't be the only solution. I think we all know that. All right, stepping aside, let's talk about layering. I don't have super strong feelings about this, but I just wanted to share some examples to help illuminate the layering question. So the question is, can you do state California density bonus and this program? So some examples from the development standards point of view. So under our current code, let's talk about parking. Our current code for just sort of a standard multifamily requires 1.5 units of spaces of parking per 1-bedroom unit, 1.5. State density bonus lets you basically do away with that entirely or go well below 1, versus this program is contemplating a minimum of 1 parking space per unit. So it's kind of designed to be in between those two extremes, right? And balconies and patios are another good example, right? The current code requires a pretty large balcony on every unit. State density bonus allows you to do away with that entirely. No balconies, no open space at all. And this program is asking it for a sort of smaller balcony on, I think, 20% of units. So again, it's trying to find that intermediate path. So the question is, should we allow projects that are kind of going to the minimum development standard, the California density bonus, should they be allowed to access these public funds? And I think there's a good argument for kind of no, but I'll say something. What if a project used California density bonus just to have more density, but still met a lot of the minimum standards that this project suggests? Like it still had 1 parking per unit, sorry. I think in that case, maybe it could be allowed to access these funds. So maybe it could be reworded to say, you can use the California density bonus, but you still have to meet certain objective standards. Maybe those standards are limited. It's just the parking requirement, maybe a height requirement, maybe the balcony, I don't know, right? Like what are the really most important things for our community? So that someone can maybe use both programs, one to get them more density and this one to get them public funds, and allow developers to really triangulate that. That would be the only, that could be one path kind of in between them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tubes.
Brian Helm with Paradigm 8. I'm here just again to thank staff, thank council for all the effort on this super important issue. It's amazing the amount of time that everybody spent. So thank you for that. And I just wanted to support the homegrown housing program, the proposed updates. I think the challenges of producing affordable housing is pretty well understood. It's exceptionally high cost of construction that we're going through now, limited availability of sites that are sort of large enough or shaped the right way or sloped the right way to fit units in a review process that's time consuming and expensive. And those are all the things that have made it tough for us to bring these types of projects to market. And while Edmonds Loft is sort of one example, it sort of illustrates the kind of success we can see under the possible approach that's being formalized under homegrown housing. It's focused engagement from town planning and engineering staff has allowed us to do design updates very quickly to get through project entitlement in under 6 months, dramatically reducing our pre-development costs. An early commitment of funding support through the deed restriction program reduced the feasibility risk and gave our team the confidence to invest significant dollars on a project that wasn't going to be feasible otherwise without that support. And then consistent direction, both staff and council and planning commission ensured that project objectives were really well understood by us, the development team. And they were achievable, and that resulted in us sort of bringing the right answer the first time. One particular thing I did want to highlight is I'm sort of the one raising my hand around funding per bedroom. And it's that shift from per unit to per bedroom that allows us to sort of match the funding to build bigger units, because you don't get to charge a bunch more rent, even though you have to build a significantly bigger unit. And so it sort of matches the incentive to the program or the product type and better aligns the mix that we could bring in a possible project. As you know, Edmonds is just studios and ones. It's a tiny little site that sort of worked there, but we're hoping to bring you larger sites that really need a mix of studios, ones and twos don't really work with the current funding level. And so that was our sort of us raising our hand and putting that out there. I think other people sort of said it as well. So with my last 30 seconds, I'll give you a quick Edmonds update. Just last Thursday, we got approved for our construction loan, And what I would say is that the credit did exactly what we said it was going to do, which is it lets us develop a project that's got negative equity, right? It's negative. It costs more to build than it's worth. But we can qualify for more construction loans. And then at completion, we pay that down with the credit. And that debt then matches with the income we're able to generate off of the rents. So it worked so far. Each time we were going through this process, it's like, oh yeah, that worked. We're sort of theoretical and it's working. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Helms. Mr. Helms, while you're up there, can I get a quick question? You just said that you can't charge more rent for a 2-bedroom unit, but if you have a larger household,
you could definitely charge more. So,
okay, right.
Sorry,
all right.
I was sort of loose with my language there. It's
Okay.
just that the cost of construction, it's not really linear
I got
in terms
that.
of, doesn't offset it as.
Understand that part. Thank you.
I'm moving slow because it's past my bedtime. I'm Art Chapman, and I'm not here necessarily representing the Soaring Ranch project, but a lot of employers throughout the basin in the Truckee area who are concerned, as I am, that the lack of affordable workforce housing is probably the biggest threat to our economy and what we enjoy in the mountains right now. Because if we can't sustain a local workforce, we're going to lose an awful lot of what we have right now. The second point I wanted to make is that to a lot of people, what we're going through tonight might appear to be rocket science, but creating affordable housing is not rocket science. It's all about economics. And I wanted to give you an example, if I could. 2 years ago, phase 2 of the project over by Rayleigh's was approved, but put on hold because we couldn't get a loan. Interest rates were high. The Fed was coming down on regional lenders to not exacerbate the existing lending problem by creating more loans. And you couldn't get a loan, and your construction costs were escalating. Let me tell you something about today. Today in this country, within the next 18 months, there is $1.5 to $2 trillion worth of commercial real estate loans on commercial and multifamily properties maturing. The consensus is that 65% of those loans may be renewed. The balance is going to exacerbate the problem that we have today in getting loans. To me, it makes no sense at all in your proposal to eliminate the layering of state density bonuses with the program you're suggesting, because if it is about economics, you're going to need that additional incentive or you're not going to have development occurring. It's just plain and simple. It's not going to occur. And we're going to start to feel it in this area in particular within the next year. The other thing that I don't think that what we're talking about tonight is the, I don't know what other word to use for it, is the extractions that are imposed on affordable housing or any housing development as conditions of approval. Let me give you an example. 2 years ago, 59 units at Soaring Ranch were approved, and we couldn't go forward with it. We put it on hold. We came back, and we spent the next 2 years trying to take money out of the project. And instead of building residential over commercial on the ground floor, we separated it into 2 separate buildings, eliminating elevators. We combined 4 buildings into 2, eliminating elevators, and took several $1 million worth out of the project. Made it technically financeable. It's financeable. Earlier this year, we came in and had a discussion with the town staff. We appreciated it very much. And we explained what we were going to do. And we asked for an amendment to what had already been approved. The staff asked us as an accommodation to submit a new application, saying it would be easier for them to process it as a new application rather than an amendment to the prior application.
Mr. Chapman, I'm sorry to interrupt,
Okay.
and I don't know if you have something additional to say. We really appreciate your being here this evening. And not only is the time expired, but you're telling us something actually we already know because you've submitted, or your council submitted letters describing
Mr. Mayor, I
this.
appreciate the opportunity to come in. I know it's getting late. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, any other public comment? I have a couple follow-up questions in light of the comments. I don't know if anyone else does. Okay, yeah, it's on the layering. Hearing what Jason Toops and Tyler before him talked about layering, and then again Art Chapman as well. Jason was suggesting maybe you could do something where you retain all the town requirements, but still combine the state requirement and the town requirements. What I don't understand is what's left in terms of a benefit from the state's program other than the higher density bonus.
You actually, we looked at that quite a bit, and you
Okay.
can't, if a project chooses to use state density bonus, we do not have a mechanism to say you can use it, but if you want our money, you have to do a parking spot. There isn't a way to do that. They get whatever concessions they want if they use state density bonus, and there isn't a way to meld the two. It's a great thought, and we were trying to get there as well, but couldn't make it happen.
Okay, it's my impression that they really can't be integrated. There's
Right, that's what-
conflicts. Yes.
right.
Okay, thank you. Should we go to deliberation? Do you want to do that? Okay, all right. Well, let's start with the expert on the dais, Councilmember Pallavi.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you guys all for being here. I do not proclaim myself to be an expert in anything. I just sat through more hours of meetings than you all on this topic. So have had a lot more chance to digest what is being asked of us. And really, I want to thank staff for giving Jen for giving staff time to really think this through, and for Brian and Hayes for coming. Jim Winterberger was one of the small business representatives, and all these folks kind of sat through. We all made a point to be there for the whole time as best we could, and it was important. And I think what you're seeing is a lot of that thought process sort of manifest itself as we come here tonight. So, my basic premise is this. Through the general plan process, we already did a lot of rezoning, and we did that based on community character and perceived carrying capacity, and we spent 4+ years getting to this point. And we can't forget all of that process that went into that. And I think it's important for us to develop those zoning districts and their respective standards in the way that that vision was created. That is a promise we made to this community over time. And if you want more density, if you want to use state density bonus law, if you want to do other things, that's okay. We thank you for having that slide that showed the 3 paths a project could take. I think that's really important for everybody to understand. I personally believe that state density bonus law is actually not resulting in the projects whose physical space is able to accommodate the proposed infrastructure that is being required to deal with all of this. And I think what we're seeing is the 2 or 3 projects that have used that and have their entitlements aren't the ones moving forward at this point. And there could be a myriad of reasons for that, but they're not. And we've seen a lot of challenge in getting those projects through. And I agree with Jason. We've all sat here saying we do need a level of density that is appropriate for the community character that we want to see. We do need to accelerate the housing issues. And I think we're acknowledging that very strongly. And yeah, we all want to see it done faster. But we need that $50 million to $70 million, because if we have more people here, that's how we're going to get there. And I think that's really was the impetus for having this discussion was we started to see this coming down the road, and Brian challenged us at the dais at the podium 3 or 4 months ago and said, hey, we'll do more, and you guys don't have enough money to keep doing more. And I think that resonated really loudly, and I appreciate that you sort of fired that shot, because that's sort of what got us here today, and hopefully that's what brings us back. So with that said, what we're really good at in our housing programs is pushing these really creative and innovative programs. And I would like to see us stay on that track. I want to give our staff a ton of credit for threading that really challenging needle that I'm glad that a lot of you are recognizing, because I think that's exactly what you so expertly did. A couple of very minor comments. The whole patio storage deck conundrum, I would just really love to make sure that it's livable and usable, and that we're not putting in sort of minimal things that are like aesthetic for aesthetic purposes, but are really much more structurally valuable. I think that has to be the goal. And I'm not an architect, Blair. You didn't get up and say anything. So hopefully you can design stuff that meets those goals. That's what we need, that kind of professional input to get us there. I also want to put a maximum number of studios. Those are some of the things, like, I don't want to see like 20 studio apartments in one single building. That doesn't feel like what we're trying to create. And, you know, with regards to more specificity on the housing, I just really want us to get this study done so that we can have the data to have meaningful conversations about how we're going to raise this money, and not close our eyes to things that we've put in place in the past, whether that's an STR cap, whether that is real estate transfer document fees, whether that's other types of regional programs where there can be better coordination. The reason why I think staff's bringing that to us is because we basically sat around that table for about 3 hours. We spitballed as absolutely many funding scenarios as we could all possibly come up with, and we narrowed it down to like, okay, does everybody agree? Do we get to 3 maybe? I think we did. Okay, let's see what these 3 can really generate. Is it going to solve the problem? Absolutely not. Is one of those funding scenarios going to solve the problem? Probably not as well. So, you know, being open to a combination of funding sources, which I really support moving this study forward, using as much placer data as we can, understanding some of the give and take with some of the availability we have here. That's what I'd like to see us move forward with. I don't have a ton of other concerns. As you can all probably tell, I am one of the main proponents for separating out state law, homegrown housing, regular planning, number one here, standard planning process. We can always go back. We can always figure out if that's not working. But I think what we're starting to prove in concept, and Steve's bringing to us with the however many 150 units you mentioned, we're moving in that direction. And if we're going to fund 150 units, we need a lot more money really quickly. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And, you know, I'm available. I sat through all those meetings. It was awesome to have planner feedback, to have developer feedback, to have policy feedback. Very dynamic meetings as we went through that. So yeah, thank you. And appreciate everybody's efforts.
Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. Thank you again to everybody who spent time and energy and effort on this. I know a lot of thought has gone into it, so appreciate it. Councilmember Pallavi, I really appreciate your comments on the general plan too, because a few things. One, I obviously was struggling a little bit with the map. Kind of why not just open it up to the entire town. We do have public transit available via Tart Connect. So if transit is the main reason, why do it? But that's a good reminder that this was tied to that, and we identified these areas as close to services and places where the community agreed that this could work for more density. So I think I appreciate those comments to stick with kind of the expanded geography, and it will still get us to places that it's not allowed now, but could maybe work for some other projects. Also, I remember multiple conversations with Mountain Area Preservation and others about the town-specific density bonus program that this was built off of, that, you know, this is exactly what you said, Yumi. This came out of that, and how people said, when can we get to a place where we can really incentivize the type of development we want to see in Truckee, and how important it was for many different groups and community members. So again, I think just tying back to, this is great that we're here now. And again, this ties back to the general plan. Also agree with you, Councilmember Pallavi, like, let's get that BAE study. I don't want to say what would the best costs be in incentive amount. I think looking at bedroom count and giving clarity up front to developers, so that way they know I'm eligible for this, and it's not wait till the end for the pro forma. But we don't know that until BAE finishes the study. So do that. Open to looking at other funding options. We know we need a lot more funding. I guess I'm still struggling, obviously, maybe from my comments before, a little bit of, again, I get the non-monetary incentives and why not layering that with the state density bonus program, but the potential in utilizing the monetary with state density bonus. And again, I see it if it's a project, I think Tyler maybe mentioned, if it's, you do something and then you could get 15% of units. So you, again, I don't have all the math, but you would still have 30 market rate units that if we make it where developers could use the monetary incentives to then deed restrict those more to these AMI caps, I don't see an issue with that. Again, not dealing with the deed restricted units that they will get from the state density, but maybe some of the other market rate if they're not going the full state density bonus. I feel like I'm getting confused looks from staff. But again, I guess I'm thinking projects that have a percentage of deed restricted units and a percentage of non-deed restricted units. So those non-deed restricted units through the state density program could still be eligible for monetary incentives, is what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is, from a monetary perspective, the program would essentially stay the same, and that the non-state density bonus units could qualify for the incentive, and understanding that might mean a project could come in, and realistically, this probably doesn't happen, but a project could come in and say, I can't do any parking, or it can only do, half the parking that's required. And we would say yes to that because it's a state density bonus, yet we'd still contribute funding towards the units that are not part of the state density bonus. We would not be able to say, but you have to add one parking spot per space in that case. So as long as that's the understanding. Okay.
Yeah. No, and that's a tough call. I guess it's valid point. So I'd be open to hear. I know where Councilmember Pallavi is at. I think it just brings us back to we're ensuring we're getting more units within that development for the local workforce that we've been talking about. But that is a big trade-off. So you are right. That is something to consider. I think that's pretty much it. Again, Councilmember Pallavi, you laid it out well at the beginning. I think on the non-monetary incentives, just being conscious of livability, actual usage of things, so that it doesn't turn into, tiny Juliet balconies that nobody can actually go outside on. But yeah, I think that's about it, and appreciate all the effort from everyone.
Councilmember Henderson.
Okay, well, we were in the weeds tonight, huh? There's a lot in this one. I think what I'm really excited about is that we've talked about this before. We kind of continually iterate, and I think we do that best with our housing programs. And this is just another iteration, right? Like, there are going to be more that come. I feel pretty confident in saying that. I think I also feel just really grateful that we've had, these types of meetings where we have all of these diverse perspectives who are really represented. It reminds me, of some of the different types of working groups we had, for example, around STR regulations, right? And those differences, those perspectives, we're not always going to agree exactly, and that's okay, right? That's how we sort of come around something together. Really, really grateful to the Sage Modern team and you guys being willing to go through this process with us, because you were learning at the same time that we were, right? And that can be a really tough position for everyone to be in. So in general, I'll keep the rest of the remarks pretty short. I generally agree with what is proposed in terms of, the minimum qualifications, the program boundary expansion along the VMT screened out areas. I do want to hit on program layering, because that's something I think you want to hear a little bit about. Yes. I'm aligned with Councilmember Pallavi on program layering on this one. I think that my rationale is very much that state density bonus law has helped us to achieve units below 80% AMI. It's not to say we don't need more of those units. We still do. We need units at every single AMI level. But in our general plan process, our community really centered workforce housing, right? And a lot of our workforce overqualifies at that 80% AMI level, right? So they can't actually get into those units. They overqualify on income. And so I do believe that we need a program, a product to drive more outcomes to actually get units that is going to fill that workforce gap. When state density bonus law is when those are layered on top of each other, I think we're going to end up with, those 80% or lower units. And we really want some of those moderate income units. That I don't know if we heard anything more strongly in the general plan than workforce housing, workforce housing, workforce housing. Let's see, a couple of others. The staff recommendation on the increased incentive amount for projects that agree to the lower rent cap of 120% AMI. I'm sort of back and forth on that one. I don't know if anyone else wants to weigh in on that one, but I would love to hear it. I understand the intention from sort of what we talked about. Max number of studios, I agree with you, Councilmember Pallavi, because I don't think we want huge buildings with only studios. I don't know if you're proposing a percentage or
just reasonable.
Just something. Okay.
Planners can come up with that. Maximum 50. I don't know. 40. I don't have a number. I'd be picking it out of my head.
And I also agree. I think that whenever we're relaxing standards, and it makes sense to do that, right? To provide relaxed standards as an incentive. And I think the more of those that we can do, the bigger the menu that we have to choose from. Generally, I would hope the better for the developer. But again, I agree with Councilmember Pallavi that wherever we relax those standards, it still has to create something that is livable, right? And I think the balcony example was perfect, right? It's like, okay, you can walk out on a Juliet balcony. You can't put a bike out there. That's a whole nother conversation. We have a lot of units with bikes and things like that. Like, is that where they should be stored? That's a whole different conversation probably. But relaxing standards, but not to an extent where it just creates standards that are sort of, that don't make sense for the person who's actually going to live there, I guess. I think I hit on the things I wanted to. I do want it to move to BAE. I want the actual data to make informed decisions around the incentives and financial component. And that's it.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
I think I'm largely aligned there, so I don't feel like I need to repeat all those details. That was good, kind of going through all those markers. I think the one thing that remains for me is the 50% above 11 units. I still just feel like there needs to be some more gradation there, mainly because we need to really start thinking about some of the larger units that are now being considered, and that could really change the dynamics. And again, I know we're kind of beating a dead horse with the state density bonus, but that is going after a very specific target type of unit, the 80% AMI or lower. And we are essentially extending that gradation. We're not eliminating that. So I really want to make sure our community is understanding that this is a completely different offering that is not eliminating that as an option. So I think that's enough. I'm supportive of everything else. I look forward to what staff brings back to Planning Commission for us to understand their feedback a little bit more, and probably some more community feedback, and ideally a program. Thank you.
Mayor, can I add one more quick thing, and then before you go? I actually agree with Councilmember Klofstad on the 50% minimum. I think Tyler's comment was actually really precise and forward-looking, and Brian started that with us, and I think we do have to recognize that if there are really 150 units in the pipeline, there's no way we can fund that in the next 3 years. So we need to figure out something really quickly in order to get there. So I do want to make that clear that yes, we want to maximize every opportunity we get, but we can't hold to a standard simply for holding to a standard if there's no money that's going to exist to achieve that standard. So I don't know what the answer is to that.
Yeah, me either. Good luck, Sam.
But I agree with that sort of just general philosophy of like, we're going to have to figure that out here sometime soon.
Okay, I think the state density bonus law is a bit of a red herring, because the town could easily offer density bonuses itself. It doesn't need the state to do that. And in fact, when we met in June, according to the staff report, the council directed that we develop a density bonus program that offers additional housing density. And that's the one thing we don't see in this plan. What we've done, though, is we've changed the title because we can't call it a density bonus program anymore. And so on the question, are there other things we could do? Well, there certainly are. We could allow for density bonuses. And on the gateway area, we could eliminate the requirement that all buildings include a commercial portion of the project. And we're making an incremental move on heights, which I'm glad to see, because we could also go up to 4 stories and provide for setbacks or other forms of articulation or design to make them compatible the way the Sierra Tavern and the old Truckee Hotel are. So there certainly are other methods, and I'd like to see all of these be considered in the future, because I'm not confident that what's here in this plan, as good as it is, and it is excellent, as good as it is, I'm not sure, it's certainly not going to satisfy the housing demand, and we need to find more non-monetary strategies for achieving that. All that said, staying within the framework of what we've discussed on layering, I agree, the state housing bonus program is not the way to integrate, the way to provide for density bonuses. I'd like people's thoughts on the map about eliminating the satellite areas. While I see those as being very unlikely to be developed under this program, at the same time, I'd just like to remove that and focus on infill construction in the central area where we actually do have fixed transit. And so that would be the VMT limits for the big downtown areas drawn on the map. And then we haven't really talked about the inclusionary workforce housing requirement. And staff I think has recommended that we eliminate that requirement, and I'd like to get everybody's thoughts on that. I think it's important to keep that in place, not start chipping away at that requirement. It's worked so far in terms of housing development, and it would be better to work around it with the incentive payments than to simply eliminate it for this type of project. So that's a question I would like to have go back to all the other council members. And then just finally, in terms of how to allocate the bedroom counts, staff's well aware of the Mountain Housing Council having provided us with housing needs based on whether it's studio 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. I would just stick with that because that shows us where the need is. So let's just try to fashion something that follows those. So maybe it's just going back on the inclusionary workforce housing. Councilmember Henderson, you mentioned something else, I think, where you're curious about input from the others, and I forgot already.
Increased incentive for lower rent caps below 120%.
Okay, so if we could get some thoughts, starting with Councilmember Romack.
I think just, sorry to interrupt, but I don't think your microphone was on, Councilmember Henderson. So for the public listening, the question was about increased incentive for lower rent camp.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
I would say on that one, having BAE look at it as part of an incentive, I don't think I have the data to know that, but if BAE wants to look at that. The map, again, based on what we discussed earlier, and these outliers being kind of identified already, but as part of our general plan and other processes, I'm comfortable leaving them in. And then the inclusionary, I appreciated Councilmember Pallavi's kind of explanation on the discussion around why not continue, why not keep it in. And so I'm fine with staff's recommendation to remove it. Yes.
Man, I'm getting tired. You're right. I agree. I think it makes sense to let BAE, was that part of their scope related to the?
Yes, that's one of the main things I'll be looking at.
Okay. Then I think I'm comfortable with that.
There was the two things were increased incentives for lower rent caps, which sounds like BAE would cover, and then about whether to keep inclusionary workforce housing as a requirement of a new development or not.
I think staff has it covered. Or BAE is going to cover that, and I agree with staff's recommendation.
Okay.
And as it comes back to the map, I share your concerns a little bit. I'm definitely very comfortable with the expansion of the boundary in the core area. These outlying areas, I think, do create a little bit of angst for me, although I understand the logic. But we're creating density outside of our core area, which just I have a hard time with as
that
a
logic
as an
was for
architect
you.
I
was channeling you when we
know.
came up with that whole entire logic.
I
was
understand
like,
the logic.
We need Anna to agree with this, and the only way we're gonna get it is if we use the VMT screened areas. So
I see that, but the planner in me just wants high density in the core areas, and I feel like, especially some of these outlying areas, the west end of Donner Lake and Glenshire,
they're only in there because they're the neighborhood mixed use.
I know,
right? So
I get
remember,
that.
we increased the density there on purpose to create those centers.
And I see the benefit of the mixed use in those areas, but not residential density. That's my concern.
I will add that we spent way too much time discussing geographic boundary in these meetings. We went from the entire town. We went back to the original boundary. This was sort of like the only thing we could possibly all settle on, I feel like, at the end of the day, but we can certainly constrain it. Another caveat is there might not be enough money to go around anyway. So that was one issue. What were you going to add, Jen?
I think maybe stepping back a minute. So next steps, we're going to come back to council with the BAE results, but I think Yumi has spent an incredible amount of time in the thought process of actually drafting development code language and adjusting it to just see how it would feel. So I think she's getting a good information, and we can go to planning commission, and then you're going to hear it again. So you could hear what planning commission is going to recommend.
Let us know what you come up with.
The boundaries, inclusionary, some of these outstanding items that you might have some consensus on, but still some questions about.
And I don't want to add a curveball right at the end, but I'm slightly okay with inclusionary on the bigger projects. So on those 20 unit or more projects that are going to planning commission, I do think we want to retain some sort of inclusionary, because if we are going to get a 70 or 90 unit project, less than 50% of that maybe is deed restricted, we're still going to want to see an inclusionary aspect to all of that. So I think we want to see kind of where all of that pans out, but we don't want to just throw it out completely. I think there is reason to keep it at least on the bigger projects. So
Councilmember Pallavy's offering a compromise. Let's not chuckle. I think we've covered item 1 on the recommended actions, but there's 2 others. Can we quickly get some, I think just confirmation from all of you that we're ready to approve a budget adjustment?
Yep.
And of $2.24 million.
Yes.
And then directing the manager to enter into a contract with BAE.
Do you need
Do you want a motion?
And
A motion would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so a motion on items 2 and 3?
okay, I move that we approve a budget adjustment transferring 2.240 million from CIP 213 to CIP 214 and adjusting capital cost categories within CIP 213 to fund the homegrown housing program and direct town manager to enter into a contract with BAE Urban Economics to complete all of our financial feasibility analysis.
And I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously.
Thank you all for sticking with us on
Yes,
this
thank
one.
you. Do you want to take a break or keep? We're going to take a 2-minute break, so that's probably 5 minutes. Back in session. Do they know what they're missing? Would you like an introduction? Yeah, 7.3.
Wanted to continue with the tradition. Item 7.3, the organization-wide operational assessments and implementation plan and update. This is the update that we committed to bring back to you when we last talked about this, which was May, I believe. It's been a long night with a lot of in the weeds, detailed conversations. I'm sorry. We did have people, our members of our advisory team were here and support and to hear this conversation. But unfortunately, I think it got a little too late. So maybe we'll hear something later from them. I'm going to start a little bit of project timeline background, be fairly brief given the hour, and then pass it over to David Diamond to talk about the work that he's been helping to lead on behalf of the town and the recommendations in his report, and then quickly go through the other recommendations from Baker Tilly and the progress we've made in that plan. So as a reminder, this was a project that started back in October of 2023 when we asked for council to issue an RFP for professional consulting services. By early January, we had our 4 proposals received. We interviewed all of the firms that submitted with a big team from community members and staff, and we were looking at a organizational structure, efficiency, staffing, capacity, workflow processes. It was really a very wide study looking across the whole organization and setting up a blueprint for where we wanted to go and needed to go as an organization to serve our community. We selected Baker Tilly as the professional consulting team and had project kickoff in spring of 2024. By late 2024, we engaged with Air Diamond Creative Consulting, and that was to do a bit more of a focused look into development services. By late winter, early spring, we conducted a statistically valid community survey, and all 3 of those reports coalesced and came together and presented to council in May, all independent of each other, with none of the 3 consultants having read any of the others' work by the time they completed their drafts. I think that's important given that the reports, as we talked about, kind of generally aligned around similar themes, and having 3 independent consultants come up with the similar themes is a key point. The operational assessment completed by Baker Tilly had over 70 recommendations focusing on technology, processes, and efficiencies built into processing, workload and permits and other, just our day-to-day tasks, technology enhancements, and really our structure, our staffing capacity, and overall kind of operations. The community survey is a reminder that was statistically valid. Almost 80% satisfaction with town services. As the first community opinion survey, that was really great numbers to see. And of course, we want to strive to maintain that or improve that. And we had over 90% favorable feedback for town staff being professional, responsive, and helpful. With the Air Diamond process list, 25 plus recommendations, again, focused on development services, and that ranges across planning, engineering, building. It's not focused on any one single area in that development services. And the recommendations were consistent with the operational assessment. Before I delve into this, David, I'm going to pass it over to you. I'm going to pull up your presentation. David, we entered into a contract and stayed in contract with David to help support the work that he was doing focused on development services. Oh my, lots of slides. And so he's going to give you an update on the group that he has formed and that we are supporting with his efforts. I'll drive for you if you'd like me to.
That works great for me.
And please turn on your microphone.
It's on, isn't it?
Okay.
Okay. I think it's on, yeah. All right. Hi, Council. Thanks for having me. Thanks for staying up. We'll just go through this super quick. So the advisory team that we have set up for action priority was to look at all of the combined, you did see that spreadsheet of the combined recommendations from my report and the Baker Tilly and where we saw the common grounds there. And then we put this team together to discuss where we wanted to prioritize in half-year increments. The team CAT representatives, or the Contracts Association had 2 representatives. They chose Mike Nethersall, Jesse Hidalgo, both of whom were here earlier. From the business community, Jen and I selected Joan Jones and Siobhan Smart, also both of whom were here. And then from community development staff, Jenna and Danielle, both of, oh man, I thought they were both here. Jenna's gone. Danielle's still here. And then Jen and I are just kind of leading that. And so continue on. And so in the first or the second half of this year, which was our first period that we were working in, reduce permit processing times as soon as possible. This was the overarching theme. Like everything we want to do, this is what we want to focus on, these things. And there were 3 primary things: explore the permit portal, which is the tracking system. Educate the building community to submit better applications was also brought up. This educational component, and expediting processing for recognizing partners. This was a partner program concept through which, in agreement for doing the right thing and understanding the process and all that, that they would get some form of expedited processing in their permit applications. Let's move on. We also expect and considered, but did not prioritize, a community recognition awards program. This was a variation of the partner program thing. There was some lack of support for the partner program concept. This evolved into this. And then this was kiboshed for right now. This is something the town can choose to do on its own. The primary issue is that this would not lead to any processing improvements. So it kind of felt like we were getting a little off track with our thing. The partner program that I just mentioned there would lead to processing improvements for some people, for some applicants, but not for all applicants. And then the final thing, which is a little bit disconnected, we had a code and policy comments form that was leading into another recommendation of code and policy review. And I did build a prototype for that, but the team felt that it would not be used, so we put that on the back burner. So going on the permit portal, the first thing we did, we set up an exercise to work with 3 departments on staff to get their requirements, their expectations for the permitting software, to make sure that we were going down a road that was reasonable, that was going to address what people expected. In my decades of working with enterprise software, I found that the biggest failure in the launch of new systems is that the purchasers of the systems don't go through this process. And so they end up with a situation where people feel like this is not what I expected this to do, and I thought this was going to be able to do this, and then the whole thing falls. So we did this. We had 2 different sessions, 3 departments. We came up with 150 plus requirements, and I put this thing, the virtually all requirements were applicant focused, reasonable and attainable. And the reason that I highlighted the applicant focused is these were town staff that were speaking on behalf of making things better for the applicants, which I was encouraged by, because it would have been very easy for them to speak entirely from their personal perspectives of how things work for them. And so we got these things. I won't go into the detail of the process that we used for this, but everything was reasonable, attainable, and so much consistency with regard to what people wanted out of the system. This was a fantastic situation to be in. And the rock stars for this were Chris Hardy, who is still here tonight, and Brett Clark from our IT, who helped me put this whole thing together. Let's move on. One of the things that we got from this is putting together another team that is specifically to evaluate the permit portal software and to help guide this process. From community development, Adelia and Yumi; from engineering, Scott; and Brett and Chris from IT. So what this team is going to do is basically manage that subset of looking into the permit tracking system and how we handle that. we'll be actually meeting on Thursday. Our next steps for that is determine the demo scope. So from those 150 requirements, we have to get down to about 15 things we want vendors to show us that they can do. And then from that, we can derive other capabilities and follow-up meetings and follow-up demos from that. Schedule those demos and then send invitations. We want to invite people from the community, invite the fire district, invite the PUD, invite other stakeholders who will be participating in this system to see these demos if they want to see these demos. And then from that, make the decision about the system, guide the configuration of the system, and conduct the testing of the system, and then have a phase 1 launch target of May 2026. So other things that we've got going, we have an AI-based plan check portal that is live now. This is starting out with doing solar permits. It is possible to extend this to other permit types. We want to see how this works for solar and how the process works here. It is an accelerated processing thing, so it's much, much faster. Instead of the typical turnaround, we're talking about, I don't know, a few days for them to get this sorted out, because the AI is doing the plan check to make sure by the time it gets to our permit techs that it looks good, that everything is compliant, and so that's a huge step. In addition to considering more permit types as we move along, none of this is wasted effort, because the vendor that we're using for this portal system does have integrations with the permit tracking systems that we're considering. So by the time we get to that launch, we can have it as an integration. There's also the very real likelihood, as we've heard from Nevada County, who works with one of these vendors, they plan to have their own version of this by that point in time, so that this might not be even necessary for us. And the rock star on this was Mike Ross, who headed up this process for us and made this happen. So kudos to Mike. So the other thing that we're dealing with, which seems by comparison extremely low tech, is easier application process for what we've got today. You read in your staff report this approximately 90% of the building application intake that we've got now is either erroneous or incomplete, and this is causing the permit techs who have to get back to the applicant, and this back and forth goes, and it's frustrating for the applicant, and it's not a good use of time for the permit techs. So that number is pretty staggering. So what I wanted to do, working with Adelia, who's noted as the rock star on this one, look at that process to figure out, like, why is this happening? Why are we having this kind of a thing? We had a one-size-fits-all permit application, which I thought was, at some point in time, was probably considered an efficiency in that we didn't have to manage a bunch of different permit types. But from a user experience, it wasn't ideal, because there wasn't a lot of guidance with it. So now we are offering a permit type specific applications, which you'll just see in a second. One of the goals is to make what is the required info very clear on the forms. Currently, it's not clear. I used this example when I got into this process. So as a homeowner, I was looking, do I replace my deck? Do I fix my deck from snow damage? And I got the application, and I got to the section on asbestos inspections. And I was like, I don't get it. Do I need to know this? So as it turns out, this is what everybody else is wondering too about these different things. What do I need to have, and what do I not need to have? And so going back to that initial request from the advisory team, we could have launched programs to educate the applicant community, or we could make the application process easier to reduce the need for education for that. And so this was what I thought, let's try this first and see where this lands us. So if we can go to the next slide here. On the left, you see the old front side of the permit application that we're using today, and on the right side is the new version of this. There's a few differences. Obviously, in the upper right-hand corner, you see that it is specific to the type of permit that you're going for. Electrical, we do also have some combination as well. The arrow on the top there there is a QR code and a help box that is offering how you get help for your permit application. You can email, you can click that link, it'll launch your email client so that you can just immediately send an email. The arrow on the left is again a little bit redundant, but we thought it was important, making the case that if you've got questions, contact us before you submit this, because once you submit it and it's in the system, it's a different situation. But Adelia had told me over many times that people, if they've got questions, they can contact us and we can answer these questions in just a few minutes, as opposed to them submitting a form and then it's in the queue and then time is burning and they're frustrated when we have to get back to them on these things. Moving down on the job site thing, on the right-hand side, you see another little QR code. This is a link to Nevada County's website. People don't know what their APN is when they're submitting this. That is a clickable link in the PDF. It's also a QR code if you've printed out the form. It goes right to that website. You can type in your address and get your APN. So you've got that. The other thing that we've done on this is there was a lot of frustration. As you can see on the left, people were like, I have to type this over. And it's the same person. It's the same person. So now we've accounted for that. You have to put, who is the permit applicant, who is the contractor, and then down below, if it's the same as a previous thing, you don't have to retype all of this stuff. And then there's next steps down at the bottom about what happens next. If you want to do this online through fill out the PDF with your computer, or if you just want to print the blank form, we're still managing all of that stuff so that we account for however people want to submit these forms. And let's take a look at one of the back sides. So on the left, going back, this is the permit we've got now that accounts for all permit types, that doesn't really guide the applicant as to what we're asking for that particular type. And on the right-hand side is the backside of the re-roof permit. And you can see how dramatic the simplification is. There's this one thing we're asking for up there, and in the green areas, these are things that we need just generically. And then on the scope of work to help that, first of all, we have got that dark green arrow because folks forget to put the valuation in. So we're pointing to the valuation field to make that real clear. And in the scope of work field, they can type in their scope of work, and there's another QR code. Click the QR code, it takes them to a page on the website that offers example scopes of work for all of these permit types. And so it offers different examples so that they understand what is being asked in the scope of work section, how detailed we need it, or how in some cases we don't need a lot of detail. But at least this way they can kind of see examples for applications that have been successfully processed to give them a better sense of what we're actually asking for them. And then you can just see it is a re-roof specific thing. So everything that we're doing here as analog and kind of like, that's like, why are we not focused on the software? All of when we got the requirements thing, when we go through needing to know, when I've sat with Adelia, bless her heart, every Friday about what do we need to know for this and what do we need to know for this, all of this is necessary for when we're configuring the permit tracking system. So it has not been a waste. And if we think about a May 2026 initial launch of the portal, there's a lot of applications that are coming in between now and May. So it was worth it to take a few weeks to clean up this process so that we can reduce the time that it's taking to process all of the permits now. When we get around to that time frame where we're launching the new portal, but we can't really have our permit techs operating at 110% capacity because they're going to have the old system, they're going to have the new system. It's not going to be convenient. We need to lessen that workload. And at the same time, I think we just make this better for the applicants as well. So just a summary, this is the last slide. Live now, again, in the theme of reduced permit processing times, ASAP. Live now, there is an AI-based solar plan check that's getting those permits out super quick. We will look into expanding that to other permit types between now and when we launch in May of 2026. This month, we will have those simplified permit applications online. Adelia, Danielle has looked at them. We did finally get everything looks good. I've shown it to some folks in the building community who were, really happy with this, feeling like this is going to save so much time for people who are applying this. This year, this is a different concept, the app concierge partners. Again, this was kind of a thing that we originally thought would be a great idea, which is like, let's set up, whether through the Contractors Association or through some other means, people who can help people with their application process, who are experts in something, and then they can, for a fee, they can guide this through. What I wanted to do was simplify the permit process and see where we were, see whether that was still a necessity. If that was a necessity, we can look into that, how we implement something like that later on this year. And then Q2 2026 is where we're looking for the first phase launch of the permit tracking system. So that's all I've got. Questions?
Councilmember Pallavi.
I was going to go through the Baker Tilly recommendations, if that's
Who are
okay.
they? Oh, this-
And then maybe questions, if that's okay? Okay, thank you, Mayor. So what David didn't say is he's really been a rock star in terms of helping move this forward. I mean, we've really relied on his capacity to help manage this and oversee it and work directly with staff, and he's done a really great job, so thank you, David. On to Baker Tilly, we have a number of recommendations that are already completed. So I just want to highlight those quickly. It's about 15 recommendations that are completed. You remember this was a 10-year roadmap, so to have 15 completed already is pretty great progress. Many of these are related to staffing throughout various departments, and that's really thanks to council, but I think also partly what you witnessed at the start of this meeting with all of our new staff introductions. Administrative services has had to do a lot of comp and class analysis, classification studies, developing new job descriptions, and recruitment. We have a number of the IT projects that I would consider complete. They might not be exactly what the Baker Tilly recommendation was suggesting, but for where we are today, they are complete and we can revisit them. An example would be the IT work plan or governance structure. In community development with process mapping, David has certainly helped move many of these along, working with our CDD staff and engineering staff. The facilitated workshop, we're kind of viewing that in what is happening with the advisory team that David's put together. The Baker Tilly recommendation, it was a bit broader than that, but right now we're not at a point of having that, and we think we are having these workshop meetings with that advisory team. We review our development fees annually. You just went through that process. And then some of these things we were already doing, like pre-submittal meetings and offering those in pre-grade and pre-demo meetings. From Public Works, we reallocated the admin tech. You were introduced to Mary this evening. And with police, we have been going through the organizational structure. We've aligned with what the recommendations were from Baker Tilly were to the extent that we could. We have a number of staffing positions that we don't think are financially feasible right now, or for other reasons we're not moving forward. They are still in the recruitment process. That doesn't mean they're all filled, but the majority of them are. We have I think 2 open officer positions, and then we'll be back to fully staffed there. Ongoing or anticipated to begin, and that is in process. Sorry, I got cut off. In process, ongoing, or anticipated to begin within the next 12 months. Was kind of my gauge on using that for that timeline. From an organizational-wide perspective, there were a number of recommendations about performance metrics, doing employee satisfaction surveys, some comments about contract language for the appointed position, town attorney, town manager, and staffing ads. And so those are all in the process, will most likely be complete when we finish some of the staffing ads that will take over performance management guidance or get through the next work plan. Added a number of positions in Public Works, and you were introduced to several of those positions this evening by Becky. We are working on staffing up for a Sidewalks Trails division. It's not completely separated, but we have staff in place and are monitoring and assessing how that looks. We are constantly evaluating in-house versus contract services, and I think we heard that reiterated in the Donner Lake community meeting that we had this summer. about, requests to have bike lanes striped earlier, and should we be looking at doing that contract versus in-house? So that's something that we are doing constantly, and we are working on the EV fleet conversion plan. That's in the work plan coming up. I know I'm going through this quickly. We can go back if there's questions. For police, they are working really closely with Nevada County on dispatch, getting more access to our data, and as well as the CAD data collection system. We will be recruiting soon for the second position in the Emergency Services Division. The recommendation to add a second school resource officer, that conversation started with the school a couple years ago. They've been supportive, so we'll revisit that with budget and see if they have budget capacity. They split that with us, so they pay 50% and we pay 50%. So that's why that's important, but that is in our work plan to have that conversation. Things that are outstanding that we are not moving forward at this point, and there's several reasons why, capacity being one of them, but also the succession of how these recommendations are playing out. It makes sense to hold off on some of these. For example, transitioning to a 5-year strategic plan. You'll see that with the IDEA action plan. It's longer than the 2-year work plan. Probably makes sense to do that when we complete the current 2-year work plan and then talk about that with the council in place at the time. If you'd like to transition that to a longer period. Succession planning, super important, and we want to do that. We actually do a pretty good job of doing that without a formal plan in place at the moment. So that's why that was not prioritized. And then community engagement, a number of things outstanding. You'll be hearing the IDEA action plan at the next council meeting. That'll be presented for adoption. That includes components of engagement, such as language access plans, a community engagement framework similar to the housing equity framework. And we have a good draft on community engagement practices already ready to present to you as soon as that IDEA action plan is complete. So we have some of that in process. We'll work through the details of that as we get some of these other plans in place. The encumbrance system, I think we're going to pilot that a little bit with PD and see how it works, but we're not fully implementing that town-wide. We need to get some staffing in place for that. And then overall customer service standards, we want to do that. The assistant town manager position will probably lead that effort, but it's important that we think it's important to get the permit software in place, understand how that's working, so we have some consistency across the organization. There's a number, adding additional positions in our neighborhood services and sustainability department. We don't have the funding identified to do that. There's about 10 to 12 positions that were recommended in the Baker-Tilly report that we did not identify funding for. So that will be a constant analysis for us to support those efforts. And then we have a handful of 5 recommendations that we're just not moving forward right now. We've talked about it. There's a number of reasons why. For example, a regionalized SWAT team, that's just not maybe the right fit for Truckee. We're not going to spend a lot of time analyzing that right now and don't think it's appropriate at the moment. Decentralized purchasing, really would want to delve into that in terms of the pros and cons of that. The system we have in place is working well. As soon as we staff up, there'll be some efficiencies in that. So we've put that on the back burner. In moving code compliance, not really sure. Under building, the recommendation was to move code compliance from planning to under building. There's a lot going on in building right now, and don't see the value in doing that at the moment either. So this report was just an update, a reminder of the 10-year roadmap. There's additional positions that are not currently planned, nor do we have capacity for. Want to highlight, and we talked about this in May, but there were no positions recommended in community development, yet the bulk of the lift right now is in community development, so I think it's important to keep that in mind. And then these are all mostly, not 100%, in addition to tasks that are in the work plan or just regular core services. So between May, when you heard the reports, we really started diving in July when we were in recess. It took a little bit of time to get the ATAP or the advisory team assembled and to be able to start meeting. So from July really until today, I feel like we've made a great amount of progress. There's been a lot of work happening, and that's really, staff's done a great job just embracing this and moving it forward. So I want to thank them and thank the council for the funding support to add some of that capacity as well. Next steps, there's not really a need for a formal recommendation or motion tonight. It is just an update. If you want to have a conversation about maybe our priorities weren't in alignment with what you thought, we can do that. Otherwise, we would come back in about 6 months with another status update of where we are. And your expectation can be that we would continue with the implementation of the action items that are already in action or in progress. Quick and easy.
Thank you. Any questions, starting with Councilmember Romack?
No questions.
Councilmember Pallavi.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Diamond. Or maybe even the building department or the planning department. So now that you have isolated the permit process, which I think is just a huge improvement from somebody who's gotten 3 permits in the last few years, how about the post-permit process? Because that is the same jumble of confusion and junk. You don't know what inspection you're supposed to request. You don't know when. You don't know how. It's just every inspection is listed on the inspection sheet. Every single one. Same exactly as the permit.
Right.
Are you going to hit that too as part of this improvement? Because you're only hitting about a quarter of it, on the front end.
I'll just jump in.
Yeah.
So I do think there's opportunity with the new software that may solve this. So I think that's one of our issues right now is with the limitations of our current software, you can even schedule an inspection for a permit that was never issued.
There you go.
So we have other problems that we're also working through that I think with the new software should have an auto-populate for the types of permits that you need in the order that you need them. So that would be one of our expectations right off the bat. So I don't think we want to dig too deep into our current system to fix things until we understand the full capabilities of what system we're moving into.
Yeah, I guess maybe my quick recommendation is if you now have isolated the application type, theoretically, what the inspection requirement is for said application type.
It's just a workload balance that how much effort do we put into fixing what's wrong with our current system versus moving faster into the new system where I think it should do that already for us.
Yeah,
so that's what we're
But that's
balancing
in the
our
wish
time.
list.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I think I want to make sure we point out that this has been a very methodical process of what are we able to work on, and having the advisory team identify the priority of getting the application, simplifying the application process. That was their priority, and the permit tracking system is part of that. So everything David's been working on has been working towards that goal of simplifying the application process. That does not mean there's not a lot of other things to do, but this is the first step. We'll get the permit portal in place and then see what's resolved through that and work on other improvements.
Got it. Thank you. So you didn't even have to answer my questions. It's your lucky night.
Do you want me to? I can add to it.
No, we've heard enough.
Okay.
Councilmember Henderson.
No questions.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
No questions.
Okay, 2 for David, 3 for Jen. David, I think you said codes and policy program was postponed. Is that what?
It was an online form that that we could have put on the website for if people had a concern about a code, a Truckee code or a Truckee policy, that there was a form that was pretty easy to use that they could use to submit that code, and then that code would go to whether it's planning commission or to the council or to staff or to whomever was decided on that. And there was concern that it would be used as a complaint form more than just something that would be constructive. So it's still an option, and we could implement it fairly quickly.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then on the permit portal for applicants, you described how staff has been really focused on how it could be improved for the applicant. They're really thinking about the applicant. But then you also said you are going to kick the tires with the people who actually are the applicants. Like, happy or not, you're going to test it with the people rather than depending on staff to tell you what the applicants are having problems with. You're going to test it with people who use it.
Absolutely. In fact,
Yeah.
if you one of the things that you might in the software evaluation team that you might have noticed is that they weren't department heads. So we're getting, with the exception of Chris, because I need his technical expertise on some of this stuff. But the department heads were not involved with that for a few reasons. One is that we wanted people who were actually in the trenches doing this every day, testing the software and looking at the software from that perspective of internal users. And then secondarily, we know that Mike Ross and Danielle and Becky, they will see this as participants in this as well. But and we will do the same thing when we get to the testing phase. The first phase of testing will be definitely internal, and then we'll open it up to a smaller group externally, including partners, whether it's fire district involvement or PUD or sewer, and to do that testing before we launch something publicly.
And will you be doing testing then with people who would actually be applying for the permits? Like
Absolutely.
And that sort of thing?
Yep.
Before getting locked into it, get those last bugs out. Okay, thank you. Jen, so on one of the slides, it said completed review development code. What was that? How were you able to do that so fast?
Well, you do that quite regularly, actually. I mean, we bring forward development code. If we have not sat down and went from page 1 all the way to the end and done a review of the development code, but all the time you are reviewing development code updates with the Planning Commission, and then they come here. So for the sake of where we are today, we think we complete that regularly.
Okay.
And also the advisory team did not prioritize that at the moment, again, because they're about simplifying the process to get people through quicker.
Okay, so we haven't looked at it for comprehensibility, clarity, consistency, brevity, or anything like that.
You do, when we present development code updates to you, there are some of them that have been on this list of like, we've heard repeatedly that this is causing problems for people, so we're making that change. But so you're getting it sporadically.
Okay, sporadically. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then on community development, the free planner appointments, how are those going? Are people signing up for them? Is staff happy? Unhappy is too strong a word.
Yes, they're being used and increasingly more of late.
Okay.
We offer, I think, 4 a day in the afternoon.
Any issues yet that you want to share with council?
Issues from like a logistics standpoint, or
Anything for staff, for your work day? How's your work day going now that you are doing these?
I would say between the on-call planner
Yeah.
and the afternoon appointments, there is a lot of time being spent on public service inquiries.
Okay.
Which, not that that's a bad thing, but I would say it's definitely impacting planners' workloads.
Okay, so arguably it is worthwhile to do.
I mean, I certainly think so. It shows that there's a need.
Okay. Exactly. Okay, thank you. And then on the 5-year strategic plan, that's not the economic plan, or is that?
No, the Baker Tilly recommendation was to transition to a townwide 5-year strategic plan.
Yeah.
Maybe perhaps in lieu of your 2-year work plan, it would be just a longer period.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us in terms of direction or?
I'm going to assume that you are comfortable with the direction we are headed because I haven't heard anything to the contrary.
Should we take public comment?
Any public comment? Thank you. Seeing none? That's right. We never got to deliberation, did we? Okay, let's do the deliberation. Who wants to jump in, Mr. Council?
All good. Nothing to add.
All good. Down there, all good?
Great job. Exciting to see all the progress so quickly.
Councilmember Henderson?
Agreed.
Vice Mayor?
I'm so disappointed
I knew
that
that.
this was not the first agenda item tonight. So everybody in this whole big full room could have heard all the amazing work you guys are doing, all that you've accomplished. It's really, really amazing.
She's
So
right.
That's my only.
She's
That's
right.
my only comment.
Yeah.
Keep up the great work.
Ditto. Do everything. Yeah, we're done on that item. We can go to council reports. What else, David? I'm just trying to help. Okay. Council reports.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Romack.
I'll jump in real quick. I was attended the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. Alfred, as we know, is our new representative on the board. Just sharing that the TMA board did approve the winter parking ride agreement, which will now go to the Placer County Board of Supervisors for approval for funding, but this will be park and ride again from Truckee to Palisades, as well as opportunities to connect to transit to go to Sugar Bowl and North Star. So just wanted to share that that is moving forward for our community this winter. And then was at the Chamber Board earlier today. We've already heard about the amazing things they're doing, so I don't need to add anything else. And that's it.
Councilmember Henderson.
Okay, thank you. I've been having meetings with other elected officials who represent largely rural mountain communities. I think something that's really struck me over the past year is just how incredibly important it is that rural voices remain heard in all of the conversations that are happening across our region, across the state, and across the country right now. And we've seen how well that can happen with our resolutions related to the U.S. Forest Service and our response to the LA wildfires. So this is a bit of a teaser, but I'm hoping to have some exciting news to share at our next meeting as it relates to rural communities coming together. Two other items that impact us. I had mentioned this one at a prior meeting. So the EPA is proposing to rescind the 2009 endangerment finding. This finding allows the EPA to issue regulations on emissions, like standards for vehicles. The comment period ends September 22nd. So any member, anyone here in this room, any member of the public can submit a comment by going to regulations.gov and just searching for the endangerment finding docket. And I know this can feel really removed. It feels like a federal issue. The reality is it impacts us here, right? Because we've been so deeply committed to reducing our emissions, including in transportation, to protect and preserve our environment and our community's health. And so this repeal doesn't just jeopardize climate regulation and investments at the federal level, it jeopardizes the work and the investments that we have made here in Truckee and that so many other communities like us are making. So I urge everyone to submit a comment. And then similarly, the U.S. Forest Service is proposing to rescind the 2001 roadless rule, which I know you know well. It's a rule that prohibits road construction and timber harvest on millions of National Forest System service lands. What this means in Northern California is it could open about 4.5 million acres of our forest to road construction and logging, and that includes in the Tahoe National Forest specifically, in addition to Inyo, Shasta, and others. Our forest drives so much of our outdoor recreation economy, so this could have detrimental impacts. So again, the comment period for that ends pretty soon as well, September 19th. Same thing, regulations.gov, and just put in roadless rule, and it'll open up the docket. And again, I really encourage people to be submitting comments if they care about these issues because they do impact us locally. Again, they feel like they're federal issues. They will trickle down here and we will feel them. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi.
I already went. I said nothing.
You don't want to go
report.
again?
I don't.
Okay. Vice Mayor Klostad.
CTA Governing Partners meeting where we're preparing for the October 10th quarterly meeting. This topic will be on wildfire initiatives, prevention, and carbon sequestration. We're going to have a big, potentially a big speaker again, so waiting for confirmation on that, and I'll announce at our next meeting. And we also talked about sustainable funding practices for the strategic planning session that's coming up. Artist Valley and ribbon cutting. Met with some constituents about agenda items and non-agenda.
I attended a Prosser Lakeview Firewise meeting, and then Jen and I did a radio spot for the block party that's on Thursday, September 18th at 5 p.m. And then want to remind everyone that the Dark Skies photo reception is coming up the following week. Oh, this week. This Friday. Thank you. And then finally, attended several meetings on the Housing Action Plan, Housing Action Coalition, and the next agenda will include an item on the results of the last meeting, and generally what you'll hear about is an endorsement by the committee of moving forward with a scaled down project for this winter, having an interim housing program for the facility, and that having the location be in a mixed use, within a mixed use zone, or come back to the council for further approval. Anyway, we'll hit all those things. This is just a preview. And unless somebody has something further, meeting's adjourned.